We thank God for another time to, go through the training. Yesterday, by God's grace, was a success, and we're hoping that today will even be better than yesterday. That's what we always hope. So, as usual, I'm going to share my screen with you, and like I said yesterday, if you have any questions, you can post it in the chat column. You can equally send it to me on WhatsApp, or even raise a hand, and then I would unmute you or get you to talk. We just want the meeting to flow. Okay, so let's just abide by these simple guidelines, and then we'll be fine. Okay. Okay, so today happens to be the second day, right? Day 2, November 8th, and we just want to look at these today. We'll recap what we did yesterday, and then look at the project management framework, the project management processes, role of the project manager, project integration management, and then project scope management. Like I said yesterday, we have 5 process groups. Okay, the initiation phase, the planning, the execution, the monitor and control, and then the closure phase. So these are the process groups. Then under these, we have the knowledge areas, okay, shared between them. We have the project integration management. There are 10 knowledge areas: project integration management, project scope management, project schedule management, project cost management, quality management, resource management, risk management, procurement management, stakeholder management, and then communications management. So there are 10. We'll try as much as possible to cover 2 today. I looked at it and noticed that if we're able to cover 2 per day or session by middle of this month, I think by 27th or so, we should have even finished the entire syllabus, and then we'll have ample time for discussions and tutorials. However, like I said, within this week, so after today, within the week, there are going to be practice tests, there are going to be materials for you to read, and then also try your hands on. Okay, so you expect that whatever practice test you're going to have within this week is going to be on integration management. Okay. Okay. I think we lost Henry Makam, so he's joining again. So don't worry if for some reasons maybe you have connection issues and then you would have to leave abruptly. The entire session, is being recorded, so you have access to it at any time on the learning management system that I'm going to share with you by the close of the day. Okay, so let's continue. We looked at the PMP certification, professional and social responsibility, and then a little bit of project management framework. Under the PMP certification, we looked at the fact that PMP was actually formed by the Project Management Institute in 1984. Okay, the entire purpose was to at least create a certification that acknowledge their skills and then experience in project management. So whenever you take the PMP exams, it means that we were trying to see whether you have the relevant or the requisite skills and then experience in the field of project management. Within the industry, it's a golden standard. There are other certifications, but it stands out. Okay, it differentiates you, the PMP holder, from other non-PMP holders, and then there's this global recognition. Wherever you go, I mean, you are recognized as somebody with the technical know-how in managing project. Okay, it gives you also the freedom to work in any industry across the globe. And then of course, there's a salary hike, right? People with PMP or the credential holders tend to earn more than their colleagues who do not have the credential PMP. So you note that. But this one, we should also note that experience comes in. So if two of us have the same experience and I have the PMP credential, I stand out. Of course, it gives you better job opportunity. What we also looked at the professional and social responsibility, where we looked at the core values of PMI. Okay, responsibility, respect, fairness, and then honesty. Responsibility being taking full responsibility for the actions that we take or fail to take, the decisions we make or fail to make, and then its resultant consequences. You must be able to man your decisions and actions up. We need to show high regard for ourselves and then the resources that we've been entrusted with. Fairness. There shouldn't be anything like nepotism, favoritism, okay, creating prejudice and all that. It's not necessary. I mean, we have to be fair and then objective. Honesty, to stand by the truth and not doctor information, no matter how the information is regarding to the state of the project or the conduct of one professional. We need to be able to be honest and then confront the situation. These values also include both mandatory and then aspirational standards. Mandatory are those that are actually required. It is a must that you should have or follow. But the aspirational ones are those ones that are difficult to attain, but doesn't mean we should not strive for them. Then we looked at the project management framework. We looked at what a project is according to PMI, the characteristics of a project, what drives the project, that's what makes a project successful. Okay, why do projects fail? What at all is project management and what is project management methodology? Why is project management valuable to an organization? And then we looked at portfolios, programs, and then project. Okay, so quickly, let's look at portfolios, programs, and project. We got to this point yesterday. If I'm moving too fast, kindly prompt me and then I'll just slow down. Portfolio, programs, and project. So project are temporary endeavors. We perform a project or we conduct or we undertake project to come out with a specific result, product, or service, and it is temporal. Now, within the organization, there may be other projects that may be interrelated, okay, and they come under one umbrella called program. The whole thing is that we are trying to manage these projects to come out with a particular goal that we couldn't have achieved if we managed these projects individually. And that is where programs come in. So a program may even have sub-programs or have projects under, and these projects are interrelated. Okay, interrelated. Okay. Henry seemed to be having connectivity issues. Okay, so I am just so Henry, don't worry. Like I said, the whole session is being recorded. Okay. So projects in a program have a common deliverable or capability. You see, and these projects are interlinked. Okay. Now, when we talk about portfolios, the portfolio, let me see. Okay, great. Henry is back now. Portfolio is the large umbrella, and it is usually embarked on to achieve the organization's strategic objectives, okay, and targets. There's that big organizational picture that we are looking at. So within that portfolio, there may be programs that may or may not be related, and there may be individual projects in here. And that is why we have the project manager, programs manager, portfolio manager. Okay, it all depends on the size of the organization and the project that they embark on. Okay, so what is program management? The application of knowledge, skills, and principles to a program to achieve the program objectives, to obtain benefits and control not available by managing them individually. We looked at the definition of program a while ago. Now, let's note that, you see, the concept of program, project, and then portfolio tends to be one of those key areas that you are examined on. And so it is important to know the difference between these three, okay, if you really want to pass the exams. Features of program management. I think we looked at this yesterday. Portfolio, we've talked about portfolio. We looked at this one also yesterday. So what is portfolio management? So we are looking at the centralized management of one or more portfolios to achieve strategic objectives. Again, the key word here is strategic objectives. And then we are looking at the centralized management of one or more portfolios. Okay, we are identifying, we are prioritizing and authorizing certain projects and programs. They may or may not be related to each other, but in the end, we must achieve the entire organizational goal. So look at the relationship here. See, so you have the portfolio, So we have portfolio here, sub-portfolios, and under that you see we have programs and then project. Now there's nothing under these project, okay? But when we come to programs, there are sub-programs, there are projects, there are other works to be done. So this is just a typical example. I mean, it would differ depending on the organization. But we see here that a portfolio may contain programs, project, and also other work. Strategic goals are cascaded down to lower level component. Portfolio represent a portion of an organization's overall strategy. Okay. Now, who is a stakeholder? Who is a stakeholder? Another point to note here when you're going to take the exams. The individual or group or organization who may be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of a project, program, or portfolio is known as a stakeholder. So these are examples of stakeholders: the project manager, the project team, the sponsor, the PMO office. Now, usually with certain organizations, whether it is functional, whether it is a metrics, or whether it is projectized, we shall look at these types of organizations depending on the power and influence the project manager has. Okay, we have the typical functional one, we have the metrics, and then we have the projectized. Now, we tend to have PMO offices that tend to have oversight responsibility of all the project going on in the organization. And so there's one person who is in charge, the PMO officer. He is in charge of the project. They monitor this, they tend to monitor. So you go to certain organizations, they don't really call them PMO office. They tend to call them the monitoring and evaluation department of, I mean, the names may change, but the functions are similar. Now, these are stakeholders of the project. The question is your competitor a stakeholder? The answer is no. Your competitor is not a stakeholder, but your customer, those within the project, those within the company, they tend to be stakeholders of the project that you're embarking on. Okay. The person who gives the go-ahead for the project to be undertaken, the one who gives the go-ahead, the financial go-ahead, that go on and use the finances and the resources, is what we call the project sponsor. Okay. He doesn't manage the project, but what he does is that, or what he or she, let me put it that way, does is to provide the necessary support the project team and the project manager requires for the project to be successful. So if the project sponsor does not provide the necessary support, then the project itself can die, let me put it that way. So what is the primary role of the project management office, as I stated here? The PMO is an organizational structure that standardizes project-related governance processes and facilitates the sharing of resources, methodologies, tools, and techniques. Okay, so everything related to project management is kept here. And what are the primary roles? We have the primary roles, and then we have the other roles that they play. One, provides the policies, methodologies, and tools and templates for managing projects within the organization. Provides support and training in the organization on how to manage project. Let's say there's this new methodology in managing project. It is the responsibility of the PMO to organize trainings to update the project team and the project managers within the organization. Okay, they provide project managers for ongoing projects in the organization. So they will tell, okay, for this particular project, maybe this person should lead the project. They also ensure compliance, governance with all policies, procedures, methodologies, and the tools and templates within the organization. Every organization and how they do their project. And it is important that as a professional, you conduct and perform your project management within the confines of your organization's procedures and policies. It is very, very important. Now, when it comes to compliance too, we should know that that organization is within a certain industry, and it is the responsibility of the PMO to provide these regulations for the project managers to know and abide by them. What are other rules? Managing interdependencies between projects. Some projects tend to overlap and may compete for certain resources. So the PMO will tell, okay, we are doing project A, project B, project C. At this point, we think that this resource should go to project B because per our chart of priorities, we see that B has higher priority over A, and that is the responsibility of the PMO. They can also terminate project. If a project is taking longer than, or if they find that the need for it is no longer relevant or important to the organization, they can terminate it. Organizing lessons learned sessions. See, one of the important component or things about projects is that we tend to learn new things. Every project and what we learn. See, so the outcome or the project output that we tend to come out with, the deliverable, is very important. But the lessons that we learn from managing the project is equally important. We learn these lessons so that in subsequent project, we don't repeat certain mistakes, or in subsequent project, we do things differently to achieve results, even efficiently and then effectively. Maintaining the project management knowledge base for an organization, supporting projects through knowledge repositories, training, and mentoring. Okay, so types of project management officers. Please let's note these ones, okay? These people, candidates tend to focus on certain areas and tend to think that these are not important. But believe you me, the questions you face tend to test your understanding of these basics. We have the supportive. In other words, they have low control. Then we have the controlling. They have medium control. And then we have directive. They have high control. We are looking at the control the PMO officers have over the organization's asset and project. Okay, within some organizations, if it is the functional one, then the PMO office may not have that much control. Okay, but when we look at a metrics organization, where they tend to have the project management office aside, there's a separate department for project, they tend to have that medium control. Now, in a projectized organization, where all they do is about project, then they have high control over the organization's resources. Now, along the line, we shall talk about this, but we're looking at what a project life cycle is and then what a product life cycle is. This is also very important. We embark upon a project, undertake project to come out with a certain product, service, or outcome. The product that, the moment the product is released into the market, or the service is released, or the outcome is released, the project has ended. So the project life cycle tends to be shorter than the product life cycle. You see, when you pick a particular project, we have the phase where we conceptualize it, okay? We do the necessary feasibility test and studies, and then we try to develop it. We do the introduction into the market. We even market it and then let it stay in the market to a point where it matures and then it peaks and we get the benefits thereof from the product. And it gets to a point where either the product is not giving us the amount that, or the benefits that we expected or we expected it to give us, or it has outlived its purpose. So of course it will come to the point where it will decline, okay, and leave the market. But then we can also revamp it, right? There can be other projects that will be taken within these life cycles. Okay, so within the maturity stage, we can even decide to undertake a certain project, okay, to enhance it, either to stay competitive or to maybe maintain our customers. But for a project life cycle, there are usually four parts. We have the initiating, okay, then we have the planning, then we have the executing, and then the closing phase. Now, the project life cycle depends on the industry and then the organization that project finds itself. It has series of phases, and these phases tend to be sequential and may overlap. But when you get to product life cycle, yes, the phases may and are usually sequential, but they don't overlap. And the product life cycle is constant. Whenever you take every product, it will go through the same life cycle. You pick the Apple product, whether it is the Mac, whether it is the iPad or iPhone. When you pick that product, it will go through the product life cycle. When you go to the automobile industry, you pick the Toyota Camry. The Camry will go through the same product life cycle. For some of the product, the life cycle is very long that sometimes they don't even end. Okay, so that is the difference between a project life cycle and then the product life cycle. The other materials that I'll share with you in respect to the product life cycle and then project life cycle, but we need to know the differences here. Am I good to continue? Can I continue? Okay. Okay, so let's continue. A typical project will have the following. component. So this is what I was talking about, the project life cycle, right? Starting, organizing and preparing as the planning stage, carrying out the work, okay, and then ending the project. But in between here, we'll perform what we call monitoring and then what? Controlling. We'll monitor and control the process. And it is a cyclic thing. Monitoring and controlling is cyclic. So that is why here you don't see monitoring and controlling as one of the project life cycles. A project has a phase, okay? Project has a phase, and then we are saying that a phase is a collection of logically related project activities that culminate in the completion of one or more deliverables. Okay, so a particular project may have several phases. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And when you pick a particular phase, you would have this: you start, you organize, you execute, and then you end that phase. So we don't only end project, we also end or we close phases. Then we have what we call phase gate or toll gate review. So when you come across phase gate or toll gate, okay, thus where at the end of a particular phase, we meet to decide whether we should continue to the next phase or stop and then look back and do something else. So at every gate, as it says, it's a gate. So either it should open for you to enter, in other words, continue with the next phase, or there's something that has to be done. Then we have process group, a logical grouping of project management input, tools and techniques, and an output, which we shall look at. I said there are 5 of them. Then we have the knowledge areas, okay? An identified area of project management defined by its knowledge requirement and described in terms of its processes and practices. Okay, so these are the process groups. We have the initiating processes, we have the planning processes, executing processes, monitoring and controlling, and then the closing processes. And these 10 knowledge areas tend to have processes that are shared between the as we go along, we'll see the interdependencies and the interlinks between the processes and the knowledge areas. Okay, so we are looking at impact of variables, certain variables over time. Now, we have seen influence versus cost. Now, when we start a project, we are saying that for a stakeholder, the ability of the stakeholder to influence the final characteristics of the project or product and the final cost of the project is highest at the start and progressively lowest as the project continues. Okay, so let us look at this. Now, cost of changes, look at it here. This curve is saying that at the initial part of a project, when you are making changes to the scope or the requirement, it doesn't really cost much. But as the project moves on, what happens? Any change thereof will cost so much. So this arrow is telling us that initially, the cost of changes is low, but as the project grows and continues over time, whenever you are making a change, it will cost you. Let's just take that you're building a house and then you contract somebody to build it for you. Before the project starts, any changes to the plan is not that costly because the project has not even started. Now, when the project starts, maybe at the foundation level, I mean, you notice something. You know, when you try to make changes, it's not that. But when the maybe it's built to what we call the lentil level, and then now you want to make some changes, they have to break certain part and all that. It is very, very costly. Now, when we take the influence of the stakeholder, that is the one up here, it is very high in the beginning, typically. But then as the project moves to the closure phase, it falls, okay? A key contributor to this phenomenon is the fact that the cost of changes and error correction generally increases as the project continues. Please study this diagram carefully, this particular diagram, okay? So let's look at a typical example. The Apple iPad is an example of a product. Over the course of its product lifecycle, there were many projects that enhanced its functionalities and added features. These projects and their life cycles were determined by the control needs of Apple, which typically emphasized time to market and high quality. The iPad is a product exhibited in it. iPad as a product exhibited its own life cycle of conception, introduction, maturity, decline, and then withdrawal. And new products have replaced it now. Okay, so your ability to differentiate between product and project life cycle may be useful while you are answering the PMP questions. Now, types of development life cycle. We have the predictive, the iterative, incremental, adaptive, and then the hybrid. Now, within the industry, you know, we said that the project life cycle, you start the initiating, the planning, the execution, and then the closing or the closure phase. Okay. Now, when we are developing the product or service, depending on the organization, depending on even the product that we are trying to build, and then the industry we find ourselves. For some of the project, we'll probably have to use the predictive life cycle where the project scope, time, and cost are determined as early as possible. We carefully manage changes to the scope of such project, and we refer to this as the waterfall life cycle. That is the traditional project management. So from A, we go to B. From B, we go to C. From C, we go to D. And the next step can be predicted. That's why we say that it is the predictive life cycle. Then we go to iterative. We determine the scope earlier, but time and cost estimate are regularly modified as the understanding of the product increases. Okay, we know what we want, but then the time and how much money we're going to spend on it will change. Okay, when we tend to understand the product better. Okay, then we have the incremental. We produce the deliverable through a series of iterations that successfully add functionality to the product. Then we have the adaptive life cycle. The project can be agile, iterative, or incremental. The scope is defined and approved before the start of an iteration. It's very important. Okay, so we're saying that this is usually referred to as an agile or change-driven life cycle. The iterations are very rapid and are fixed in what? Duration and cost. Typically in the IT, right? In the IT world, they tend to use this kind of life cycle. Okay, and the world is almost always talking about agile now, to be very agile, to move very fast. Okay, then we have, okay, let me see, there's a chart here. Okay, so the incremental, when we say incremental, what we're trying to say is that we build upon the functionalities of the product as the project continues. Okay, so we do one phase and then we tend to add on to it. So it has that incremental nature. Are you getting the point? Now, sometimes you build the software. Okay, it's clear now. Thank you. You build the software, is that not it? You allow the user to use it based on the information given, then you add on to it. That is basically what the IT world they do. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be wholly complete before it can be used. Okay, that is it. Now, the hybrid life cycle is a combination of the predictive and then the adaptive life cycle. Okay, so what we are saying here is that there are two main types, the predictive and then the adaptive. The predictive and then the adaptive. These are the two main. So A and then B. Now, within the adaptive life cycle, we tend to have the iterations and then the incremental life cycle. Now, the hybrid would want to use the predictive and then the adaptive. It all depends on the organization and then the need of the particular product that you are building. Okay. Stakeholder management. We are looking at the project management framework, so we tend to look at all those things that make the project what it is. Okay, within the project, the governance, how things are done, okay, within the project to make sure that the product that we want or the service that we're trying to come out with is achieved and satisfies the, gives the customer that satisfaction. Now, what is the responsibility of the project management manager as far as the management of stakeholders is concerned? You need to take up specific activities for stakeholder engagement. You first of all must identify your stakeholders. Who are your stakeholders? Who are the stakeholders as far as this project is concerned? Those within the organization and those without the organization. Okay. If you identify a stakeholder getting to the end or later in the project, it is very risky. Like I said yesterday, that a project to establish a nursing training college, all the groundworks, everything has been done. And then in the process where they are just about to start the school, even the accreditation from Ghana Accreditation Body, everything board has been given. Then a particular stakeholder comes in to say that I wasn't aware of this until date, 4 years plus, the project could not be materialized. And that is very serious. Okay. So it is very important to know them. That will mean you should be able to have meetings. You shouldn't be tired of having meetings. Ask questions to know who your stakeholders are. Determine stakeholder requirement. What do they want? Okay, what do they want? It has to be clearly defined. You communicate to them, you give them the feedback to make sure that the requirement of the stakeholder has been agreed between the project team and then the stakeholders. Because when it gets to validating the scope of the project, that is between the project team and then the stakeholder. We must validate the scope. Then it gets to a point where the product itself is made. For it to be accepted, then it must fall within the acceptance criteria as stated by the stakeholder and agreed by the team. So it is important to do that. We must determine their expectations. Okay, the PM must determine the stakeholder expectation. What are the expectations of the stakeholder? We tend to say that quality of a product or service mathematically depends on what? The performance over the expectation. Okay, it means that if the expectation of the customer is more than the performance of the team, then the customer will not be satisfied. If quality is the satisfaction of the customer. So it's important that you, the PM, you know the expectations and how you can manage such expectations. Some expectations are conflicting, some of them are overly unrealistic. And it's important that you, the project manager, you come together. You see, you should even be able to come out with the unstated expectations. Okay, what the person, the stakeholder is saying and what they actually meant. There are two things together, two different things. This is what he is telling you, but that is not actually what he wants. So it's the responsibility of the PM or the team to clearly see what the person or the stakeholder was talking about. Communication with stakeholders. There needs to be continuous and timely communication between the PM or the project team and then the stakeholder. Okay, so as part of your stakeholder analysis, you should focus on communicating with them regularly to keep them involved. For lack of stakeholder involvement is one of the key reasons why projects fail. So you tend to involve them. Understand the practices of stakeholder management to answer scenario-based questions. So it means that it is very important as we embark on the journey to attain the project management professional credential. Now, these are the process groups that I was talking about: the initiating process group, planning process group, executing process group, monitoring and controlling process group, and then the closing process group. Okay, what do these do? So the initiating process group establishes the vision of what the project will accomplish, defines and authorizes the project or a project phase. The planning phase establishes the total scope of the project, defines and refines objectives and plans, the course of action required to attain the objectives and scope for which the project was undertaken. It is said that most projects fail ab initio right from the onset because what needed to be done at the initiating phase was not done. Or if it was not done, it was not effectively done. We know that failing to plan is planning to fail. And so if we fail to do proper planning and get to know what has to be done, how it has to be done, then what it means is that we're going to probably spend more on the project or budget less, and then later notice that the project requires more than we anticipated it. So it's important. Executing process group. Here, this is where the project actually happens. And so your ability to integrate and coordinate the people and the resources to carry out the project plan and deliver the agreed scope is very important. In some cases, this one is nicely done, this is nicely done, but the execution is where the problem is. Either the team lacks the requisite skills and the knowledge to execute the project, and therefore the project doesn't come out with the desired outcome. Monitoring and controlling monitors and measures progress regularly in order to identify variances from the plan, so appropriate corrective actions can be taken when necessary. So like I said, the monitoring and control phase will always, it's more like a cyclic. Even when we are planning, we are trying to monitor. When we are executing, we are monitoring. The reason is simple. If we don't monitor so that whatever we are doing is within scope, within the industry regulations, the quality, and then whatever safety, whatever we are expected to do, then we may finish the project but have issues. So it's important that we monitor the progress. You see, monitor and measure. You can only effectively monitor when you have relevant data. Okay? Once you measure it, you can improve it. And so it's important to do that regularly. Variances. When we get to project cost management, we'll look at end value management. Maybe the budget at completion, we said that, okay, by the end of the project, we're going to spend, let's say, $20 million. Okay, $20 million. That is what we estimated it. And so the budget is set for it. If we don't monitor the use of the resources, we may spend more than this. Or we have what we call end value and then the plan value. Maybe we are in the project is 50% complete, but we've spent more than 90% of the money here. Then it tells us that within the next 50% of the project, the remaining 10% cannot, because ideally, if we have spent 50% of the project, okay, if we are on 50% of the project, we should have spent about 10 million of this. But here we are within 50% completion, but we have spent 90% of this. It means that we'll need more resources. So that is where monitoring and controlling comes in. Okay, so when we get to project cost management, we'll do what we call end value management. End value management. Now, formalizing acceptance of the product, service, or result and brings the project or project phase to an orderly end. You see, it is not enough to start well, but it is very important to finish well so that there are no contractual battles or issues, okay, regarding the outcome of the project. So this is what these process groups tend to speak on. Data and information. You see, we're looking at how data and information moves within the life cycle of the project. So the project life cycle flow shows the order of events that occur during the project duration. During the project, data is collected and analyzed to assist in the project decision making. Data is raw. You pick it, doesn't make sense. when you manipulate or tend to work on data, it comes out and gives you what? Information. And from the information, you can what? Take a decision. So the data on itself will not help you make any decision. It is when you do something to the data, then it becomes information for you to use. Okay. So with the executing processes, you see, we have what we call work performance data, work performance information. Okay. And then we have work performance report. And look at the sequence of it. As we are executing the project, we are writing the data, okay, about the work that we are doing, okay? And what do we do? After gathering this work performance data, we work on this and it gives us the information of the status of the project. Now, work performance report. You see, now you are sending reports to appropriate quarters. And depending on whom you are sending these reports to, tells the details that the report should be. If you are sending reports to top management, these people do not have time to read. And therefore, you do not send, a, let's say, 100-page to them. I mean, they will not have time to read. So you have to summarize them. You need to give them exact, important message report for decisions to be made. Then we have what we call approved change request. Now, definitely you would want to, within the project, with maybe the stakeholder comes in with a different requirement, or we just realize that the requirement that the stakeholder probably said or is expecting is not what we actually got. Now we can't just change. We have what we call project change control. Every change that we want to make to the requirement must go through a certain process. And when it is approved, okay, then it goes back to the project team and then they work on it. So if you notice here, the approved change request, okay, now we'll have to go back to the executing process for it to work on. So as we gather data and work on it, it will come to a point where we may have to make what? Changes. And then once we make a change, the changes that, those changes that are approved must be effected. Do you get it here? So you issue change requests, the change requests are approved, and then they are sent to the team to execute. Okay, now project management plan and project document update. We'll talk about project document and project management plan, which contains the scope management plan, the cost management plan, all the management plans of the various knowledge areas will fall under the project management plan. Okay, so with the project management plan, during the project integration management, which we shall talk about it, we develop it, and what happens is that we tend to update it as we move on. So here we are updating the plan and we're also updating the document thereof. Okay, now project communication. Now we see that as the information flows and it goes here, we need to communicate, right? Communicate to stakeholders and we communicate to team members. And so this is how information flows within the project. Does it make sense? Let me have a thumbs up if it makes sense, or let me go over it if you need further clarification. Should I box on? Okay. Okay, it makes sense. Okay, thank you so much. It's great when it makes sense. Okay. So the key terms, right? Work performance data, raw observations and measurement. Identify, like I said, they are raw. They don't make sense. Now, work performance information. The data collected from various controlling processes, and then they are analyzed in context. Please, the difference between WPD, WPI, and WPR is very, very important. Work performance data, work performance information, and work performance report. The WPD is raw. You just take the measurement. You are within the, let's say, oil and gas industry, right? You go and then you check the depth of the tank or whatever. These are raw values that you are taking. So you just write them down, you input them. But then once you begin to analyze and draw graphs and all those things, you're trying to make sense out of it. And so once I see it, then I'm getting some information from it, and that is WPI. Now, then when I make report, maybe morning report, afternoon report, I remember I did my industry attachment years ago with ECG, and every hour I was in the control room, every 1 hour, you have to go and take readings. Those readings are the data, how the control room, the substation, the entire electricity system is working. You just take the data. And then once we begin to plot graphs and do those things, you see it and then it is telling you something. Then when I do report for the week, for the day, for the month, and I send it to appropriate quarters, then we call it work performance report. So the physical or electronic representation of work performance information, such as status report, electronic dashboards, and recommendations are important. And like I said, if you are sending it to top management, we want to have pie chart, we want to have bar graphs. You know, the bar graph or the histogram will let me know which one is increasing, which one is decreasing. So it is very easy for you to, the moment the person sees it, can just pick it. And that is how you prepare your information or the report and then give it to your management. It is very, very important. Sometimes we complain that whatever was sent was not read, but the fact is, these people do not have time. Okay, so you capture what is relevant and in a way that they can easily access and then understand. Okay, now the project management processes. Now, a guide to project management, that's the PMBOK, incorporate 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas. Now, there are 49 processes and you should know them by heart. Okay, you should know them by heart. These 49 and how they are shared amongst the process groups, you should know them by heart. That's page 61. You should be able to draw it and then write it at any time. I did that. I made sure that I started little by little on a daily basis. I didn't break. On a daily basis, I'll pick a sheet of paper and then I'll start writing it out till I got so familiar with it that at the end of the day, I could just wake up and then write it. Because within the exams, when you are asked what is the next thing the project manager should do, or at this point, what is the next step that should be taken, you know this by heart and you can easily tell where they should go. So plans permeate every activity. Plans can be executed when developed in advanced planning, ensures that processes. So we're talking about the essence of planning, okay? The essence of planning here. Now, project management business document. We have the business case and then the benefit management plan. Typically, before you start the project at the initiating phase where either the project should start or not, you know, in the project selection, the other project and why should they do that particular project, you must come up with a business case. So a documented economic feasibility study used to establish the validity of the benefit of a selected component lacking sufficient definition, and that it is what used as a basis for the authorization of further project management activities. The business case. What is the business case? Why should we embark on it? Remember, top management is interested in numbers. When we embark on this project, is it going to help us get more customers? Okay, okay. What is the difference between the business case and the project charter? So the business case is part of the project charter. We shall talk about the project charter very soon. The business case is part of the project charter. The project charter gives the, how do you call it, the project manager the authority, okay, the authority to use the, how do you call it, resources in the organization. So it is a formal document. It contains the goal statement from the project initiation phase, okay, and then the agreement, the scope. You see, it defines the entire project. Who are the stakeholders? What are the objectives? That is the project charter. We don't usually change the project charter when we start, and it is the one that we usually refer to when there are litigations. Okay, that is the project charter. Now the business case is saying that we should do this project because it is going to give us a certain amount. So there are some cost or some savings opportunities. I hope you get it here. We are embarking on this project because it will increase our customer our market share, our customer base. We should embark on this project because when we do this, then we shall be compliant within our industry. I hope you get it here. Now, when we embark on this project, there's a certain gap that we are bridging. So the project charter will have all that, and then you submit it to the sponsor, and it is usually the sponsor that approves and then gives the go ahead. So it is the I said you prepare it because at a point you, the project manager, may prepare the project charter, okay, or the business case, sorry, or it has been prepared. So it is stated clearly. I hope you get it here. So when you have a project charter, it will have the business case. Now there are two things here. The benefit the project is going to have or give to the organization. You understand? And then what the project actually must come out with. So you have to look at these things here. That is why, Henry, is that okay? Do you get it now? The difference between project charter and then a business case. Good. So what it means is that if the business case is not strong, the project may not take place. Okay. When we spend so much and we are getting little, they may decide not to do it, but they may not get anything from it, but it is a corporate social responsibility, and it enhances the image, the corporate image of the organization. And so for that reason, they would want to do it. So most often than not, the project must always align with the organization's strategy. Okay, now the benefit management plan. You see, it is important that we notice what the benefit what are the benefits that we're going to have as a result of this project. If it is not clearly stated and managed, we will not realize it. Okay, we will not realize it. The project team, what you want to do is that you want to come out with the deliverable or the product. But you should note that that thing should benefit the stakeholder. I hope you get it here. Yes, so you want to know what are the benefits of this project to the stakeholder. Once we know, how are we going to manage it? So the documented explanation defining the process for creating, maximizing, and sustaining the benefit provided by a project, okay, is very important. Let's continue. Okay. Now, the business case may include, but it's not limited to, the following: the business need, situational analysis, what options do we have available? Okay. Maybe we don't have to do anything at all. Maybe we have to do little. Maybe we have to do more. The recommendations and then the evaluations. Okay. So it is important to note these. Benefit management plan. The benefit management plan describes key elements of the benefit and may include, but it's not limited to, the following here: target benefit, strategic alignment, the time frame, list of benefit owners, the metrics, what are the assumptions, what are the risks, the uncertainties, okay? And sometimes we see risk as just negative. No, some of the risks are really opportunities, and we want to enhance such opportunities. Or if it is negative, we want to minimize it. Okay. What are the assumptions here? It is assumed that maybe inflation will either remain the same. So these are the assumptions that we make while we are doing the project. It depends on the project and the industry. Okay, so we document these assumptions. We document them. Okay, and then work around them. Then the metrics, things that we're going to measure, so that when we are successful, we know that we are successful. Okay, yeah, so those are the, then who are those who are the owners of the benefit? So this is it. Now, influence on project management. We'll come across these terminologies: organizational process asset, enterprise environmental factors, and then the organizational system. When we talk about enterprise environmental factors, we're looking at factors within and without the organization that will impact the project. Okay. How is the organization even structured? The system within the organization is very important. You know, some organizations, they are highly bureaucratic. If a project has to be done, it has to go through some strict policies. And so it usually takes a very long time for the project to be approved and done. And sometimes when they finally give the approval, either the prices have gone up or the need is not even important, it's not there anymore. Now, OPAs are the asset, more of the artifact, the template, the things within the organization, the information. So you want to start a project, you got to go to the PMO to find out what they have, the information they have, the data they have regarding the type of project that you want to do. Okay, so that is organizational process asset. And once the project is undertaken, we tend to update these organizational process assets, and we also tend to identify certain EEFs, what we call the enterprise environmental factors. Okay, so that's exactly it. May I continue? Can I continue, please? Okay, thank you. So you see here, the policies, procedures, standards, quality policies, template guidelines. How should we close project? In our organization, this is how we close project. Okay, the financial control procedures, issue and defect management. If there's an issue, remember we said that issues are risks that have materialized. Before we start the project, we anticipated a certain risk. Now it has materialized. How do we handle it? So we have the issue log. Okay, how do we handle those issues? Now, defect. Defect is simply non-conformance to requirement by the customer or stakeholder. So if there's any non-conformity, how do we manage it? Do we go ahead to repair? Do we go through a certain process? It is all stated in there. Every organization has the way they do theirs, and it is important, according to PMI, for you to, or we call it tailoring considerations. You must look at the organization before you do certain things. Okay, so we come in here, we talk about change control, risk management, and then work authorization. Okay, so these are the organizational process asset. Okay, the corporate knowledge base. Okay, lessons learned, all these things are, because of time, some of the things I'll just rush you because I'll give you the slides anyway. But again, if there's anything you don't get it, you just raise and draw my attention, and then we look at it. Now, the enterprise environmental factors I said here, internal within the organization, your structure, okay, the IT, software, the infrastructure, resource availability, employee capability. Look, there are some projects that the capabilities do not exist within your organization. Then when we talk about capabilities, the know-how, how to do the thing, it's not there. They cannot build that software, okay? Your people cannot do it. So in this case, we need to outsource. Now, external, the market conditions, legal restrictions, government and industry standards, okay? Yes, all these things are the enterprise environmental factors. So you need to know from the question, is it an enterprise environmental factor? And these enterprise environmental factors, together with the OPAs, organizational process asset, tend to be input to processes, which we'll look at very soon. Okay. The systems, see the governance frameworks, management element, the organizational structure type. Is this the purely bureaucratic? What is it? Okay. And these tend to affect the project a lot. The power, competence, interest, and political capabilities of the people. As a PM, you should know all these things within your organization and then the organization that you are even working for, because in some cases, you are within your organization, but the project is conducted for, okay, you do the project for a certain organization and they have their own regularities and then their politics in there. So it's important to note that. So there's the organizational structure types. Okay, the flexible, that's the organic or the simple flexible working side by side. The functional, group based on the nature of work. Okay, so we have the marketing department, we have the finance. So those are the functional areas that we're talking about. Multi-divisional, decentralized, okay, functions. Then weak metrics. When we say weak metrics, it means that project management is a small task in what function, okay, and the project manager tends to have little or no influence or power at all, okay. And then work balance metrics. Project management is a skill within the functions. Then we have the strong metrics. Project management is seen as a function. Project oriented or composite, that is what we call the projectized, okay. What they do is what? Project management, okay. Now the N, L, H, and then T here we see here is telling us the authority the project manager has. So N means little or none. So in this particular organization, the PM has little or none, okay. The functional has no or little. Then with the weak metrics, excuse me, it tends to have low. Then we have the moderate, okay, so it has low to moderate. So this is the work balance metrics. And then here, H means moderate to high, okay, in the strong metrics. And then you see the projectized organization. What do we have? We have total or high authority, okay. In some cases, it is mixed. So these are the organizational structure types. And please note these carefully because it's examinable. Note this carefully, it's examinable. Agile mindset. You know, previously this was not part of the PMP, but the entire issue of Agile project management is emphasized in the 6th edition. Okay, so it is advised that if you have any materials on Agile methodologies, you got to read them. Okay, definitely I shall provide such materials for you to be able to pass. But this just anyway, let's continue. Okay. Okay. Now, examination tips. Scenario questions describe a business situation and require you to give the next step in the process. Please let's note this, like I said. Now, framework questions are based on current and next steps. Input and output questions are asked for the details about a process. What should go into this particular process? Okay, so you are planning or you are drawing the project charter. What are the inputs? Okay. Then each process of PMP is explained in this course, segmented by the 10 knowledge areas. So please let's try as much as possible to. So I just have this diagram here to show the framework. You see the start and then the exit, right? But you see within this, we have the initiating processes, the planning, the closing, and then the executing. Once you start the project, there are other phases in there that will undergo this. And then while this is happening, the monitoring and control tends to be at the core or center of it. And then finally, the project was what? Ended. So we exit a phase or we end the project. So we are saying that the project management framework, excuse me, embodies a project life cycle and the 5 major project management process groups. Okay, so let us note this. These are the knowledge areas: integration, scope, time, cost, time or sometimes schedule. In this particular syllabus, it is schedule. So let's know that: cost, quality, resources, not human resources, communication, and then procurement, risk, and stakeholder. There are 10 of them. Now, you see that each one of them has activities. So when we take integration, the first thing you want to do is to develop the project charter. After that, you want to develop the project management plan, okay? Direct and manage project work, okay? Monitor and control the project, perform integrated change control, and close the phase. We shall look at all these into detail. So for instance, the develop the project charter will be at the initiating phase. Monitor and control, okay, and then perform integrated change control. The two of them will be under monitor and control. Direct and manage project work will be under execution process group. Identify stakeholders. Identify stakeholders. When you identify stakeholders, what are you doing? You are in the initial or the initiation or the initial process group. Okay. Control stakeholder engagement. Now we've changed it. We say manage the engagement. So when you control the stakeholder engagement or you manage the stakeholder engagement, it depends on, it tells you where you are. Plan stakeholder engagement. It will tell you where you are. So these processes or the activities here tend to be under certain process groups. All these are activities. Okay, all these are activities. Okay, under the various knowledge areas. And these activities fall under the process groups. So let's look at it here. You see, we are looking at how the processes map with the knowledge areas. And this is what I'm saying, you should be able to draw this table by heart. So we have the knowledge areas: project integration management, scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, up to stakeholder management. Now, we have the process groups here: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and then we have the closing. So let's look at it here. Let me use the pen here to write. If we take the initiating process group, how many processes are here? Now, the 4.1 here is telling us the chapter in the PMBOK guide. So you see, in the initiating process group, there are only 2. Processes. I hope you get it here. There are only 2 processes within the initiating process group. Then we go to the planning process group. Develop project management plan, plan scope. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you count them and you write them here. So whenever you are working with it, you're trying to write them offhand. It depends on how you want to start. Maybe you want to do it this way, where you're going to go according to the process groups. So you start initiating phase has only 2 processes and you write it there. 1 at integration management and then 1 at what? Stakeholder management. I hope you get it here. Now, the closing has only 1, close project or phase. So it is 1 here. Have you seen it? So you come out with a certain unique set of numbers, and that will help you do what I'm saying you should be able to do. So when it gets to execution, you see that project scope management, project schedule management, cost management, do not have any execution processes. Okay, and that is what you should know. Again, there are no initiating processes from project scope management to project procurement management. I hope you get it here. So that is basically it. So 10 knowledge areas, 5 process groups, and 49 processes. Okay. So we're looking at integration has 5 process groups. You see, so project integration management. We will develop project charter, develop the project management plan, okay, direct and manage project work, and then manage project knowledge, which is the new addition to it, okay. So the 2 of them are under executing, monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control. The integrated change control is where you see maybe a change request is given, the processes that it goes through for the change to be approved is what we're talking about here, the perform integrated change control. We shall talk about that in detail. Monitor and control project work is looking at the entire project from when you started to the end. Okay, so this one we are talking about starting of the project to when you end the project, the monitor and control project work. Then integrated change control, the controls you set in or you put in while you are performing the project. Now let's go to the next slide. So you see, we are looking at it also across like this. See, so it is important for you to be able to do this by heart, like I was saying. Now we have input, output, and then tools and techniques. Okay, that's why it says ITTOs, input, tools and techniques, and then output. Now, all project management work can be described by one of the 49 processes. A process is defined by input, tools and techniques, and output. Every exam question will tie back to a process, knowledge, or process group, or what? Professional and social responsibility. So when you pick the question, it will either check your understanding or how you can apply a particular knowledge based on either the process, the knowledge area, the process group, or like I said, professional and social responsibility. So every question is talking about something, either it's a process or a knowledge area. Okay, so this is typically what you should do. When you pick plan, or let's say develop the project charter, what are the inputs? Okay, so the process here is develop project charter. What are the inputs? What are the tools? What are the outputs? Okay, the tools here are the things that you need to do the process, right? The input are the things that go into it. Okay, so an input, a tool may be, let's say, expert judgment, okay, or facilitation technique. We shall look at that. And the output may be the project charter. So that is basically it. This is a process diagram. Now, let's note that the output of a particular process can be the input of another process. Okay, so let's look at it here. So these are the process groups, and then that's the color scheme. If we see this color, that's the initiating process group. Blue is, how do you call it? So this is the color coding or the key. Now let's get back to this. Let's say project integration management. What do we have to do? We have to develop the project charter, is that not it? From there, we go to project management plan. Develop the project management plan. What would the project management plan come out with? Develop project management plan will lead to what? This project management plan here. Is that not it? Now, this project management plan may be an input to a particular process. Okay, this is the output to the same knowledge area. Okay, then when we come here, tools and techniques, like I said, expert judgment. What is expert judgment? So you want to embark on a particular project. There's somebody with the expertise, the technical know-how in that field, and then you consult them, okay, and you ask for their opinion. That is expert judgment. Facilitation techniques, you see, your ability to be flexible and all that, the skills that you use. So you as the PM, you should be able to, you're a facilitator, okay? How are you able to, the meetings that you organize with them, all these techniques are very important. Now, input from other knowledge areas are what? Output from other processes. Look at how they are interwoven. And as we go along, you see that that is the nature, okay? Input and output have similar, have some similarities. Enterprise environmental factors, these tend to be input, okay? Most often than not, they are input. But in some cases, it will be an output. Okay, we've talked about this thing, so we will not really go through. Okay, these are terms that we've talked about, so please let me move on so that we can. Okay, so key takeaways. Project management is the application of this. May I continue so that at least when you get a slide, you can look at that, please? Okay. Okay, so we get to the knowledge check. As usual, I post the question and then you send your answers to the chat session. Okay, but this one, send it to me privately on WhatsApp so that we have a fair way of assessing each other. Nobody's answer is going to influence the other person. Okay, or you can send it to me directly on the chat. So let's look at this. Okay. 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 I received that of Henry Makam. Chuck, is he around? Chuck, are you available? Or he's left? Let me check the participant. Okay, Henry Mensah, you're available. Let me have your answer. Okay, so now let's see whether our answers are right. Oh, come on. Good. So both Henrys got it right. It's functional. It's functional. It's functional. Let's move to the next question. Okay. Henry Mensah, your answer. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why this thing. Okay. So the answer is B, right? Project manager. Good. Let's continue. Okay. Let me see. Yes. Okay. Chuck has submitted his. Let me see. Makam. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So both of you didn't get it here. How is project life cycle different from product life cycle? Let me see. Project life cycle depends on the control needs of the organization, and that is true. Okay. I hope you get it here. C is not true. It is the other way around. Product life cycle may contain many project life cycle. Okay. Now, the project life cycle only includes specific project management activities. That's not really true. Okay, let me see. Great. So you see, these are the canon ways they ask the questions, and we got to be very careful with them. Okay, so please read and then take your time. Okay, I don't expect you to get this wrong, but if you rush, you may get it wrong. Okay. I'm waiting for Henry. Okay, good. You both got it. Let's see. Input, tools, techniques, and then output. Okay. Which of the following is not a characteristic of? Okay. So question number 5. Good. Question number 5. A project does not repeat every week. So we know that the A is not, it says which of the following is not a characteristic. And please, when you are reading the question, be careful. Sometimes you will not see the not. Sometimes under that pressure, you will not see the not. So let's continue. Okay. 6. Okay. I'm waiting for the answers. Okay. I received that of Henry Makam. Henry Mensah. Henry Mensah. Okay. Henry, I'm not hearing from you. Are you with us? Okay. I think he has connection issues. Okay. Let's proceed. Good. Okay, so Henry Mensah, it is B. It is B. Okay. As a project manager, you have started a new project. Several stakeholders raised concerns about the quality of the new project management software provided by the PMO and the way project changes would be logged. As a project manager, what would you do? Provide training material on that is not your responsibility as a PM. It is the providing training on this is the responsibility of the PMO. Okay. Providing training on the project management software is the responsibility of the PMO. Okay, so this is PMO's responsibility. So note that. Okay. Inform the project management office about the stakeholders' concern. Very good. They have raised their concerns and then you inform them. Okay. So when you inform them, then they will take the decision as to whether to change it, because it is not in your power as the project manager to change it. Okay. Once PMO comes in here, then it means that within the organization, that power to purchase lies with them. Okay. Conduct an informal training session. Of course, it's not your responsibility. Assure the stakeholders that you will keep them engaged in the project and that the new software will in no way negatively impact them. This is a dangerous move. Okay. A cause for legal issues. Okay. And that is the last thing you want to do. If it is not working, prompt the appropriate quarters. If they go ahead to tell you that, tell the stakeholder this, then you do that. Okay. So we have what we call escalation path. When things happen like that, what should you do? Okay. So that is it. Let's continue. Question 7. Identify the least important stakeholder from the given options. So which one of these is the least important? Okay. Okay. Harry Macam has answered. Good. Harry, good. I said it, right? Okay, good. Harry Mensah, your competitors' move will never affect the project. It rather affect the strategic decisions of the company. You understand? Aha. So a competitor whose organization will be affected by the new product has no influence. So let's continue. Okay. I think we are doing good, right? We are all doing good. That's encouraging. It's very encouraging. And the questions are like this. Seriously speaking, they are like this. So once you pay attention, you're going to. Okay, so let's continue. Okay. 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 Henry Mensah. Okay. Let's see. The project manager has no authority to assign resources. What type of organizational structure is the project manager in? The question says that the resources report to a functional manager and are mainly occupied with the operational work. So typically, it will be a functional organization, right? Let's look at it. It's a functional organization. Okay. So in this case, if he needs that is a functional. And remains that you get it here. They report to the functional manager. So maybe you need an IT person. If the director of IT does not release him, yes, if he doesn't release him, you cannot use him. Or he can tell you that this particular person that you are looking for is on another project, and therefore he cannot be available during this period. But after this particular period, he will be available. So you make the necessary arrangement. Okay. So here we are dealing with the okay, so let's look at the next question. Who does the project team report to in a projectized organization? In a projectized organization. So the question is, what is a projectized organization? And the organizations are named or classified based on the power or authority of the project manager. Okay, Henry Macam has answered. I'm waiting for Henry Mensah. Good. So we all agree that we are in this case dealing with a projectized organization, and therefore the project manager is the one the team will report to. You see, they will report to. Okay. Okay. So let's continue. Which of the following is not true? So one thing you should notice that it is requiring a negative answer. It is not true. Okay. Chuck has answered. Let me check. Okay, Henry Mensah. Hey, Henry Macam, I'm waiting for you. Okay, so yes, we all know that stakeholder influence are greatest at the beginning, right? Are greatest at the beginning. So if this is not true, this is true. Cost changes increases as the project approaches completion. Risk and uncertainty are very high at the beginning, but as we continue, you see that the risk decreases, it goes down because now we have understood the project. You understand? Cost and staffing levels are low at the start. It is true. Okay. Typically, it is when we start, the cost and staffing levels are low at the start. As the project continues, it will peak. And then as we are coming to the end, we'll see that we spend less, and then so it's more like this. So it starts like this. I'm talking about the D. It's like this. Do you get it here? And then here, cost of changes is like this. It is left tail, right? And then for this one, it is right tail. Right tail means that it is, you see, the tail is towards the right. So here, this is the initiating, this is the closing, okay, or the end. And this is the beginning, and then this is the what? End. Risk and uncertainty are greatest at the start. It also has a left tail like this. Do you get it? But when it comes to cost and staffing levels, it starts like this and it will peak. Okay, so something like this, it peaks, and then now it drops rapidly to something like this. So let's ignore and take this one off. But this one. So at least this diagram should guide you if you are making note. And I would encourage you, even though you have the slide, make note. You see, learning is very effective when we engage all our senses, the sense of touch, everything. Okay, so as you're writing them down, you are storing information in a unique way. Okay, so let's try and then jot down something. Okay, so let's continue. Good. So this is the answer. Okay. Question 11. I know that how many process groups, knowledge areas, and then processes? How many? For such recall ones, exactly. Henry Mason, exactly. For such ones, you don't really waste time, right? Okay. Chuck, exactly. Good. Okay. Good, good. So let's continue. I hope you're loving the quiz that we're taking. It's really helping us, right? That's all this is all about. We want to solve more questions. It's not just about reading or just attending the class, but solving more questions. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, so Makam has given me his answer. Mensa. Good, 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 good. We all know that we spend more when we are executing the project, right? So let's continue. See whether good. So we spend more at execution. Okay, so the next one is the project management processes. Um, what I'm going to do here is that I would rush through this session, okay? The reason is simple. Most of the processes, we're going to meet them at the various knowledge areas. Other than that, we'll not finish. I hope you get me. So bear with me if I rush through this session because we're going to do justice to that session when we get to the project knowledge areas. Okay, the knowledge areas. Okay. What is very important here is that we want to know the process group interactions, okay? And then the input and actions of project management process groups. So that is what we really concern. Okay. So we know the 5 process groups, but let's look at what is key here. The iteration of processes within phases is dependent on the complexity of the project and the project approach. Are you using a strictly predictive kind of life cycle, or you using the adaptive? Okay, it will tell. So the interactions here will depend on how complex the project is. Okay, how complex the project is. For some of them, like the IT, you have to build, you have to come back, do some planning, you execute, you monitor and control. That is how it is within that field. Simple project may have only one iteration, while complex project may have multiple iterations before they enter a new phase. So we should note this carefully. Iteration depends on complexity and the approach or methodology. That is what you want to look at. Depends on this or on that. So let's continue. Just take a moment and appreciate this. Take a moment and appreciate this. Okay. We are looking at how they interact. There are overlapping activities that occur throughout the project's life cycle. The output of one process acts as input to another. So you see, the curve here is we're looking at the relationship between level of interaction and the time, the duration of the project. So when we start the project, let's look at the initiating process group, okay? And then the planning process group as the process continues. Then the execution process group, the monitoring and control. You see that the monitoring and control, which is this one, links from beginning, start here, to the end. But the initiating process peaks from the top as it starts and then fades in here. Okay? And then the closing. As we start executing the project, there are some phases that need to close, and then we need to enter some phases. So this how it is low here, but as we are approaching the end, more are what? Closing. Okay? Then we look at the execution. So you see how the execution is. These are interactions, okay? How the process groups interact. This is how the process group interact, okay? So let's look at, when we say high level, I mean, we're not going not into detail, okay? More like an overview, okay? The initiating group defines a new project or phase by establishing its vision and outcomes. It's officially authorized when the project charter is approved by the sponsor, okay? So we are looking at the input there, what goes into the initiating phase, the business document, the agreement thereof, the project management plan, the project document, okay? We'll look at the types of documents as we go forward, the OPA and then the EEFs. These are the input at the high level. What are the actions that we take within this process group? And that is what is in here. Identifying stakeholders, the metrics, the risk, all these things are done at this level, okay? Okay. Then the planning. You see, you're planning, and so you need certain input. The project charter will help you plan. Output from different processes will help us plan. The document, the agreement, the business document. Project document are different from business document. Okay, document that concern the project itself and documents that concern the business of the organization. These are two different things. Okay. So we will look at all that. You should be able to differentiate a project document from a business document. Then procurement documentation. Then of course the OPA and then the EEFs. What are the actions that are taken? We refine requirements and convert them into a scope statement and work breakdown structure. Scope statement is telling us that this project is doing A, B, and C. It does not include this, it includes that. So that is the scope statement. We shall look at that when we go to scope management. Work breakdown structure. Okay, when we go to project scope management, we'll look at the WBS. We want to decompose. The technique here is decomposition, breaking the project into small component that we can work on them. Okay, that is the work breakdown structure. It is important when we get that work breakdown structure, we know what resources are supposed to go into what and what is supposed to be done. Okay. Stakeholder approval and buy-in, which is very key. Okay, they must approve and buy in. You see, you develop scope and cost and then schedule baselines. You need to do this, that look, we are not going beyond this. Okay, as far as cost is concerned, as far as schedule is concerned. So we have our baselines and we are going to measure our performance on these baselines. Okay, so basically these are the things. Please permit me to move ahead. You can go through this when you receive the slide. Most of the things we shall, of course, talk about them. Okay. Then we talk about the executing process group. At the high level, these are the input. Okay. Once you executing, you need to acquire and manage the resources. Okay. There are changes that are going to come out. There are some corrective and preventive actions. Now, the difference between corrective and then preventive action is one is reactionary, one is proactive. For instance, you notice that something has gone on wrong and therefore you want to rectify it. Those actions that you take to rectify it are what we call the corrective actions. Now, preventive actions are proactive. You see, you want to put certain measures in place so that the thing will not occur at all. Okay, so those are preventive actions. Then defect repair. When there's a defect, we got to do it again. It will cost us, but it is better to do it than to let that product go or get to the customer and then he or she will not be satisfied. You know, we develop the risk response, okay, plan. Now, once at that phase, we have developed those risk management plan, telling us how to handle and deal with risk. Then within the execution process, we would definitely implement these responses. Do we have to accept the risk? Do we have to avoid? Do we have to share? Those are the responses. Okay. Select sellers and award contract. Within that period, as you are executing the project, definitely you would have to bring somebody on board to do A, B, or C. The person may not be within the organization you are outsourcing. So once you are outsourcing, definitely you need to do the necessary contract. Okay. Maintain stakeholder relationship to receive, support, and manage expectation. While you are still doing it, it's important to have regular meetings with them, regular interactions with them. Then you wait at the last minute. You want to now engage them. So what if you meet them and you realize that that is not at all what they wanted from you? Are you now going to start? For some of them, it will cost big time. So it is important to, from time to time, hold meetings and interactions with them so that at every point in time, you know that you are on the same page with them. The quality management plan to ensure work is performed in line with quality standards. Okay, the ISO requirement and policies. Okay, you need to do and then perform your project within this confinement. Monitor and control. Like I said, we need to monitor. We need to have this kind of a lens that you'll be looking, okay, at the project with a different kind of eye. You are paying attention to detail, okay? You are measuring performance against the baselines, the scope baseline, the cost baseline, okay, the schedule baseline. These are the three key baselines: scope baseline, cost baseline, and then what? Schedule baseline. You want to make sure that you are always in line with these baselines, okay? You manage changes per the change management plan. You don't just do things the way you want to, okay? Verify the project deliverables. Now, it is the responsibility that you may be asked question on verification and validation. So let me quickly explain the difference here. Verification, let's say scope verification or product verification. Okay, it is done by the team. Before you started, within the project charter are the acceptance criteria and then the requirement. You understand? So you with your team will sit down to see to it that whatever you are doing, you are verifying to see that it is in line. So you verify the project deliverables to meet project requirement and business needs. Validation is done with the customer or stakeholder. Please note that. We validate with, so this is internal within the team. So let me put team here. And then this is with the customer or the stakeholder. Okay, so let's note that. They will ask you it's one of those questions that they ask. So let's note that. I hope it's clear. Okay, let me know whether it's clear. Okay, so closure. You do not want to have issues. You know about the Wyoming saga. Certain projects start and the project itself does not cost the organization than the litigations and the court issues, the arbitrations, those monies, because of how the project ended. Okay, it is important that, one, you see, the project charter is an input into the closing process group. Why? Because the project charter helps us to know that, okay, when it comes to arbitration, what should we do? When it comes to this, what should we do? What is required of us? And so we try to base everything upon what the project charter is telling us. The project management plan, document, and accepted deliverables. So once we are closing, we want to check. So that is where the quality checklist will come in here. So you check to see that everything is on point. The agreement, okay, the business document, you tend to pay attention to these and follow suit. So you obtain final acceptance of the project deliverables in order to confirm that the scope and then the deliverables are achieved. Then you transfer ownership of the deliverables per the plan. Obtain financial, legal, and administrative closure in order to communicate formal project closure. This is important, obtaining this. Prepare and share project report. Collate lessons learned. There are questions that will ask you, so they have finished, what should be the next step to take? In some cases, depending on the scenario, they need to collate lessons learned so that they can update their OPA and the organization's knowledge base. And of course, once all these are done, the team must celebrate the victory. So in some of the questions, the answer is that they should celebrate the victory, especially where the question is asking, they finished with all these. Yes, exactly. The charter has the, you see, it is what we call the summary. Okay, so the agreement there, the charter will spell everything out. Even though with the project procurement management, you also look at how, when it comes to procuring, what should you do when you are getting this? But the agreement between you and then the project team or the organization and then the customer or the sponsor, it needs to be in the charter. It needs to be in the charter. Henry, have I made it clear to you, Henry? Henry Mensah? Okay, thank you. So let's proceed. Okay, like what I was saying, you're done with the project. You've gone through all these steps. What is the next step to do? One of the questions they were asking, what was the next step to do? Should they go and then do another project just from there, or they should have fun, maybe have some party? And the answer was have some party. Do you know why? Because it is important for us to celebrate the wins of the project. Okay, it is very, very important. Once all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Okay, as a PM, you should be flexible. Okay, so we're done. Knowledge check. So let's take as this. Okay, a project manager is validating the scope. Which process group is a project manager working in? Quickly, so that we can. Okay, validate scope. Okay, so Henry McCam has answered, and then so let's check. What was the answer? So it is the monitor and control, McCam. How do you call it? Mensa. Because you see, there are checks that you are putting in place. So at that point, we don't validate scope at planning. Okay, planning, we don't validate scope. Okay, we validate scope at monitor and control. So let's note that it is part of the monitor and control process and it is under project scope management. Okay, let's continue. Which of the following is an output of the initiating process group? Of course, I know. One of the tricks is to look for the wrong answers and the right answer will stand on its own. So which of the following is an output? An output. Yes, quickly. Great, 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 great. Mensa, I'm waiting for yours. The enterprise environmental factors are input. Okay. OPA and EEF and business case. All these are input into the project charter. The project charter is an output. Okay, so let's continue. So please note that. Okay, good. Who is in control of the project during the planning phase? When you are planning the project, who is in control of it? Okay, Makam has answered. Mensa, great. The project manager is definitely in control. Okay. Let's go to the next one. High-level project schedule constraints have been determined. Where are we? Those things that constrain the project. Yes, Makam, and then Mensa. Okay. Makam, have you answered? Okay. So let's see. Project schedule constraints. Things that will constrain the project. If we have identified them, where are they? Initiating. You see, when you start the project, you want to find out things that will constrain the project's time. You need to do that before you plan. Okay, so at that point, so we determine the constraint before. So high-level constraint of schedule and budget are determined during the initiating process group. The detailed planning is done during the planning process group. So yes, but we at that point, you see, we want to identify. It's high level. The word here is high level. Okay. During the before we start the project, there are even sometimes high level risk that we want to look at. I hope you get it before we go into details. Okay. So the constraint and all that are high level, and we determine that at the how do you call it? The initiating phase. Okay. Henry, do you get it, Makam? Okay. Which of the following process groups should be included in all the project? Which of the following process groups should be included in all the project? Okay, I've seen Henry saying that what if you you define the constraint? Yes, the constraint, as you define them, you do that before you start the project. So that's the initiating. Okay, so let's see. Of course, it is A, right? Every project will have all the process groups, okay? But the level of attention given to each process group would be governed by the project manager depending on the project size and complexity. I hope you get it. For instance, for some of the projects, the planning will not be so much, okay? Or what we need to do at the initiating phase will not be that much. It all depends on the nature of the project. Okay. Okay, there are some exercises there. I'll just send them to you within the week. So for that, we'll look at that. So for now, let's continue. Okay, role of the project manager. What is expected of the project manager? Okay. Okay, Henry Mensah has raised a hand. Yes, Henry, you, you want to talk so that I can unmute you? Okay. Or undefined constraint. What do you mean by undefined constraint, please? Henry. I've unmuted you so you can talk.
I wanted to know if some of these risks or these uncertainties can happen before after the project starts. So if those uncertainties can be monitored during the monitoring and evaluation stage, I wanted to know if that is possible. Because since some of them are undetermined.
Yes. When we get to risk management, especially, we'll look at what we call the known unknowns and then unknown unknowns. Okay. Unknown unknowns is that we don't know that they are there. Okay. And so we are planning for that which we do not know. And then we put aside what we call the management reserve towards that. And then we have the contingency reserve and then other plans in place. But within the project, while we are executing a project and then something we never anticipated shows up, okay, it is a risk that we did not anticipate and falls under the unknown unknowns. And so the management reserve comes in, okay, and the risk response strategy also comes in. I hope you get it here. Strictly under monitor and control, what we are doing is that we want to make sure that whatever we are doing is in line with that which was stated within the project charter and then the other, especially within the context of the requirement and that. So basically that is what we do with monitoring and then what? Controlling, okay? So let's look at that. A constraint is that which sort of put some kind of the project in a tight corner, okay? We are constrained by time. We don't have enough resources as far as time is concerned. We're also constrained about when it comes to the finances, okay? Initially, they used to call it the iron triangle, time, cost, and scope. We are working within these, okay? But now the resources are also other constraints that we should also look at. So then the iron triangle has become more of a pentagon, which we shall look at that later. So that is how come when it comes to constraint, we are very careful. Okay, it's different from constraint is different from risk. Okay, constraint is a limitation. It's not a risk. Okay, let's proceed, please. The roles of the PM. Let's see. Yes, I wanted to play this. We're at 6 minutes, and I just want us to look at something here. Is the sound okay? Can you hear the sound? Can you hear the sound, please? Of the video? Let me play it so that you give me feedback. Okay. So then let me see something here. I'm coming. Just give me some. Let me see. Just give me some minutes. I'm coming. Okay, so let me end this one here. I'm coming. Okay. So I'm going to share something with you.
The Odyssey, a project management case study.
Now, please confirm if you can hear the sound.
Hi, my name is Frank Ryle. I'm a trainer with IIL here in New York. The Odyssey, a project management case study. Now, many of you will have a faint memory of
Okay, great. If you can hear, then we can box on. Please listen carefully, and then we proceed.
the Iliad and the Odyssey as the great Greek stories of the blind poet Homer. Most of you will not remember any specific details, and I'd guess that even fewer will see a direct connection between your daily challenges on projects at work and these ancient epics. However, I would like to try to change that perception during this short presentation. The 10-year battle described in the Iliad can be seen perhaps as a good metaphor for the everyday challenges faced in running or operating a business. Hidden in the battles, the intrigues, and the deceitful cunning are many good examples for those seeking an MBA or other similar strategic advantage over the competition. An obvious and oft-used example is that of the Trojan horse concept, used in advertising to woo unsuspecting customers with an alluring offer. Concerns and the connection to the epic, the Odyssey. Homer continues the story of our hero, Odysseus, the man of twists and turns, as he sets out on an eventful journey after the horrors of the bloody battle at Troy. He has a clear goal in mind as he leaves Troy for Ithaca to see his wife and child, but is subject to a succession of complicated characters and challenging situations that continue to provide delight to students and academics alike. The story is so popular that almost 3,000 years later, James Joyce gave us a complex modern version of this epic set in Dublin, rather than the Mediterranean. And Ulysses, Joyce introduces us to Leopold Bloom, a rather pathetic character and perhaps the first anti-hero in literature. 50 years ago, Arthur C. Clarke took the story a little step further into space, but he also introduced the idea of a computer HAL. Hello. Instead of the hero or the anti-hero. HAL was originally called Athena in the screenplay, which was an obvious reference to the muse that kept Odysseus safe so many times. It is interesting to note the roles of the hero and the anti-hero and the computer in the various versions of this story. Now, project management is just emerging from its own hero phase, where strong personality-type project managers were necessary to oversee large and complicated projects. The growth of project management knowledge from the APM, IPMA and the PMBOK guide, as well as the explosion in project type work in a post-Y2K world, has permitted the emergence of a less heroic project manager, but one who is certifiably more knowledgeable and perhaps demonstrably even more skillful. Now let me take you on a short journey to re-examine Homer's Odyssey as a project. We will take the perspective of a modern project manager to see if we can learn from this great story and blend it with the newest processes and thinking in the latest PMBOK guide. A post-mortem assessment of the whole journey might reveal the following lessons learned that may have made his journey much less arduous and also perhaps a lot less memorable. So the first lesson that we learn is stick to your goal. So Odysseus sets out from Troy for Ithaca. It's a mere 500 nautical miles away. It's a short sailing trip in reasonable weather. He's got 12 ships and 600 men. However, instead of heading directly for Ithaca, he is persuaded against his will by some of the men to stop off and pillage the Ciconians, who had fought against them in the 10-year war recounted in the Iliad. There was also some strong wine involved and some sleeping on the beach, and the ensuing retaliations by the Ciconians in the morning, Odysseus loses 6 men from each boat, so 72 men in total. His team is basically decimated at the start. So manage scope creep on your project from the very beginning. The second lesson is know your stakeholders. There are so many stakeholders in the Odyssey that it would take a very foresighted person to be able to identify them all. Those interested in the project, impacted by the project, or with influence on the journey home. And it would take a very knowledgeable person to segment them into the appropriate PMBOK guide quadrants. In a stakeholder analysis, we look at keeping satisfied, keeping informed, manage closely, and monitor. Now, this quadrant approach is used to assess the stakeholders' power on the vertical axis and level of concern on the horizontal axis for this journey, and thereby provides valuable information on their potential engagement level. Now, Odysseus made a huge mistake by not appreciating that Polyphemus, aka the Cyclops, was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and brother of Zeus, the god of gods. Now, this farce becomes a tragedy when Odysseus arrogantly reveals his own name after he has blinded the Cyclops. He has now altered Poseidon's engagement on the project from unaware to seriously resistant, and he will pay the price later in the story. Beware of stakeholder associations and referent power in particular. Lesson number 3. Meetings are narcotic distractions. There will always be distractions on any project, and a project manager must limit or plan for the effects on the duration, estimates, and consequently on the timeline. Odysseus was not aware of the apathy-inducing narcotic effect of the lotus flowers on his men. And we too often underestimate the narcotic effects of endless meetings, especially those just after lunchtime. We can become addicted to the comfortable chairs and the unhealthy snacks, low-level lighting, and the chance and permission to turn off the electronic devices. An opportunity to catch a quick nap, perhaps, with the gentle hum of the projector hides your snores. So the lesson is don't eat the lotus flowers. Okay, lesson number 4. Use Moscow for tough choices. Have you ever felt that you were stuck between a rock and a hard place, or between the devil and the deep blue sea? If so, then you are referencing the same situation that Odysseus faced when he had to choose between Scylla and Charybdis. Scylla is a 6-headed monster, and Charybdis is a deadly whirlpool. Now, Odysseus had to make a difficult choice, and based on advice from the sorceress Circe, he made the decision to sacrifice 6 men to the monster rather than jeopardize the whole journey in the whirlpool. In this case, we can learn from Odysseus. A project manager may have to make difficult choices during the execution of a project to main focus on the goal. He or she may need to sacrifice some desirable requirement, or at least to move it from should to could or won't, to protect the musts in the Moscow analysis. Now, a competent project manager will always expect that emotions will be heavily involved in these decisions and have a friend close by to help unload any residual stress or anxiety. So know the difference between your monsters and your whirlpools. Lesson number 5, manage the temptations. We all have our beautiful and tempting sirens. Odysseus managed to resist their deadly temptations by filling the men's ears with beeswax and having them tie him to a mast. Now, each generation must accept and manage their own particular temptations. In days gone by, it might have been snuff or alcohol or cigarettes, perhaps. But for the modern world, it's the internet, or more particularly the apps, that make it so tempting to check your bank balance, the weather, or Facebook again for the nth time. Or perhaps even more recently, Pokemon Go. Each time you are hoping for a short dopamine rush, an intermittent reward, but sadly more often finding waste and trivia than treasure and joy. Like Odysseus, we too must find a way to put beeswax in our electronic devices, or at least chain our hands behind our backs as they buzz and flash for our attention. The hardest thing to resist is temptation. Lesson number 6. Consult widely before heading out. Circe, later in the story, sends Odysseus to Hades, where the guide Tiresias introduces him to some of his heroes, all dead, from previous battles and times. They tell him that they would give up everything, all the acclamation and all the glories and the memories, to be allowed to have one more day of fresh air, even as a poor beggar. They give him some valuable advice that would have been much more useful had he received it and understood it before leaving Troy. And the lesson for the modern project manager is to seek and capture the lessons learned from previous generations prior to setting out on your project. The veracity and relevance of the available information, of course, needs to be tested, but in each case, it should not be easily discounted. So go to hell early so you don't end up there later. Now, the first line of the Odyssey is that "Sing to me of the man muse, the man of twists and turns." And perhaps some future project sponsor will utter the words, "Sing to me of your project, my project manager, the project of twists and turns." Thank you very much. My name is Frank Ryle.
Okay. Interesting, huh? Let me unmute all of you and then. Malcolm, how do you find the video presentation?
It was okay. It was okay. It gave me a few insights as to how I'd go about my project. My projects, and I actually have read the Odysseus story before, but I didn't get much insights the way he elaborated.
Exactly.
So I'm actually going to reread it and then see how I'm going to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have watched the movie and then read the story, but I picked one or two lessons from it. But in line with project management, this was really an eye opener. How about you, Mensa?
Wow, this is my funny now. This is my first time.
Okay.
Actually, comparing it to in the aspect of project management.
Yeah.
Like, just my first time.
Yeah. It's
So
very short.
I will take time and what
Sure.
go through it.
Yes. We are faced with this every day as individuals, as PMs, and believe you me, some of these things tend to even affect the baselines of your project. You understand? So when we got to roles of the project management, I thought that, look, let's share this together. And then, of course, it's a PMI event that is organized, International Project Management Day. It took place about a week, within this week. Yes, it took place within this week, on the 5th of November, to be precise. It's International Project Management Day. And Usually there are workshop and then webinars and then conferences. So this was an online conference that I attended in 2016. Okay, and I decided to save this and then use it at this time. Definitely, I'm going to share it with you and then you have access. So let me mute you and then let's continue, please. Okay, so okay, here we're looking at project functional and then operations manager. Your ability to know the difference between the two of them is very important. Who is a project manager? We know he leads team to achieve project objectives. Functional manager providing management oversight over functional unit. Okay, the head of finance is a functional manager. Operations manager ensures the business operations are efficient. So these are the things that your sphere of influence as a PM. This is very important. You are a project manager. What is your sphere of influence? Which people do you influence? You influence the team, your sponsors, your stakeholders and suppliers, and see how it moves outwards. So the first sphere of influence is what? Your team, okay, and then your sponsors, and then the stakeholders. Please, let's take note of this. We shall be examined on that, okay. I'll send the slides, so these things you can just read through them, okay, because of time. Forms of power of the project manager. Please, let's note this. What type of power are you using? Referent power, okay, where everybody in the organization is saying that this person should lead. Now, what happens is that when there's a project and almost every other person wants to be in your team, you have that referent power, and you know what? They will listen to you because they said they wanted to be in your team. Informational, I mean, you know the thing, right? And because of that, you tend to be the leader. Position, by virtue of the position as the project manager, that you carry that power. Situational, okay, depending on the situation, right, you're able to command that power. Okay, so these are the forms of power that the project manager exhibit as and when, avoiding persuasive, guilt-based, pressure-based. Okay, it depends. Are you the coercive type? Are you the punitive type? Each type of power goes with a certain level of influence. Okay, and you know best practice. It depends so much on the situation, but some of the forms of power are no, right? If you are too punitive, vindictive, seriously speaking, people wouldn't want to be in your project. Okay, let's continue. So your competencies, what you should know. We talked about the talent triangle in the first meeting. As a project manager, technically you should be at the top of your game. You should have excellent leadership skills, and then you should understand the strategic and what business management. Okay, you are within the organization, you should know so much about the organization and about the business. Okay, so these are management and then leadership. We'll just look at that. The leadership styles, I mean, laissez-faire, transactional, you can go through all of them, because definitely they ask questions on this, no two ways about that, but I'm skipping them because I mean they are self-informative. You can really go through and then get it. Okay, your ability to perform integration, you understand it's very important as a project manager. You do not do all the work, but your ability to coordinate them. Okay, so sometimes they call you integrator. How you're able to do that within the processes, the cognitive level, okay, and then the context level. Okay, this is what the project is performed, right? The critical skill for project management. Okay, so that is it. Let's I would let us skip the quiz section here. Okay, you have them in the project integration management. project integration management. Let's now start with the first knowledge area, project integration management. What is it? What is it about? Okay, let's look at project integration management. By the end, so this is what we intend to do: define it, identify key role of the project manager or team, and then the project sponsor, various project selection methods, describe the project integrating process and the key terminologies used in there. So what is project integration management? You see, integration management ensures continuity across multiple knowledge areas. Okay, from cost management to procurement management, stakeholder management, your ability to integrate these is what we saw: the process and activities to identify, define, combine, unify, and coordinate the various processes and project management activities within the project management process groups. Integration management is high-level work that requires the project manager to manage the interdependencies among other knowledge areas, resource allocation, balancing competing demands of the resources, examining alternative approaches, tailoring the processes to meet the project objectives, because within the organization, there's a way you do it, right? So you have to tailor everything to suit the context within which you find yourself. And then your ability to manage the interdependencies amongst even the knowledge areas. So not only are you managing the process groups, you're also looking at the knowledge areas. Okay. So that is basically, so these ones you can trend and then emerging practices. Some of the involving trends in integrated process include using automated tools such as PMIS. Okay, there are other models for effective project management like the OPM3, okay, the CMMI. There are other models for effective project management. So you, the project manager, should know which model is good, the Prince tools, all those ones, you need to know them, okay? Applying hybrid methodologies such as the use of agile and other iterative practices. So in a way, you should be dexterous, right? And then also open to change. Tailoring considerations. This is a new section of the PMBOK guide that is saying that, look, we developed this entire body of knowledge based on the best practice as probably is within the confines of the United States. But seriously speaking, procurement is done differently in other countries. You know that. So you should look at, first of all, the project life cycle. So every process that you're going to look at, for instance, under integration management, what are the tailoring considerations? Every knowledge area has tailoring considerations. For the project life integration management, the first thing you got to do here is what? Look at the project life cycle. What is the most appropriate project life cycle to use? What is the most appropriate development life cycle? Are we using predictive? It all depends on the complexity of the project. It depends on the industry you find yourself in. The governance or the management approaches, okay? It depends so much on the organization's culture. How do you manage knowledge when it comes to changes within the project? Okay, how are you going to manage that change? It depends on what your PMO is saying. There's always what we call the control board and the committees of your organization. So whatever change that has to, you got to go to the control board, and they will say that this thing should continue or not. Okay, lessons learned. What information should be collected throughout and at the end of the project? How will historical information and lessons learned be made available for future projects? And then the issue of benefit. When and how should the benefit be reported? And like we said, benefit goes to who? The stakeholders. You, the project manager, with your team, you embark on the project to come out with an output, okay, or a deliverable or service. Now, the outcome may be a customer satisfaction, and that will be defined by the stakeholder, okay. Now, as you're working on these deliverables within the context of the stakeholder requirement and then their expectations as agreed between you, the project team, and then the stakeholder. So whatever you're doing, you're considering all these things. I hope you get it. The governance, how many times are you going to meet, okay, to discuss what? These are the things that we're talking about here. So that is what the whole concept of tailoring consideration is about, okay? So let's continue. And then the agile and then adaptive environment, okay? We know how we conduct projects. The PM's focus is on building a collaborative decision-making environment. Control of the detailed product planning and delivery is delegated to the team members. Within the agile environment or the adaptive environment, seriously speaking, the team have that power, that delegation to even make certain changes and all that. Okay, these days, that's how things are going. Okay, so there you get to delegate that power and control to your what? Team. Okay, let's continue. Project selection method. Okay, we'll talk about this later, but I want us to look at this present value. When we talk about present value, we know what present value is, right? We'll talk about that net present value. Okay, I'm coming. Let me. So the knowledge area here is project integration management. Please, these ones that I have skipped, okay, I will talk about them at the appropriate time, especially when we get to, how do you call it, the project cost management, okay? We shall have time for these quantitatives. When we say present value, what do we mean? When we say net present value, what are the project selection methods, okay? We shall look at that, okay? We have what we call the meta board, the peer review scoring models, okay? We shall look at all these things. Okay, so please let's look at project integration management. Okay, let's look at the first process here. We are to develop the project charter. Then we will develop the project management plan. We will direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge, monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control, and close project or phase. These are the processes that are under project integration management. And these processes are also under their respective process groups. Okay, so we're going to pick each one and then look at the input, the tools, and then techniques, and then the output. So let's proceed. The first thing we're going to do here is to develop the project charter. So develop project charter. Develop project charter. What are the input? To our left here, let me pick the laser. We have, this will be the input. Down here, we're talking about the tools and techniques, okay? And then this will be the, how do you call it, the output. So develop project charter is a process of developing a document that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to the project activities. You are developing a certain document, and what document is that? The project charter. Therefore, the project charter is a formal document that authorizes the existence of the what project and provides the project manager with authority to apply organizational resources to the project activities. The business document. You see, we talked about business case, right? So the business need and all those things that you're going to, the gap analysis that you're going to perform, those business documents tend to be the what we're referring to. Then the agreement, okay, the agreement that were established, the enterprise, okay. Henry had connection issues again. Enterprise environmental factors. We have looked at what enterprise environmental factors is. And then organizational process asset. Okay. So when you are developing, you expert judgment. There's somebody who has an idea of the project that you're embarking on. Okay. Somebody knows how to develop this project charter, knows certain things. So you need to consult the person when it comes to doing the finances and all that. You see, the reason why this part came, let me go back to those financial, the return on investment and all these things. At the initial stages, we have to do all those calculations, okay? Return on investment, the economic impact and all of those things. We have to do that before we embark on the project. Okay, so that will be at the initiating phase. That is why the present value and all those things are there, but we'll look at them. Okay. What interpersonal and then team skills, data gathering and then meetings. So these are the tools and then the techniques. And then the project charter on the assumption log. Remember I said that there are certain assumptions that we will state before embarking on this. And we have to, write them down, okay? And then know whether these assumptions now become fact, okay? So we're looking at what it contains. The project charter, developing the project describes the project purpose, vision, and then the initial scope. Okay, it contains the problem to be solved, measurable project objectives and requirements, the risks. Remember I said that there are some initial risks that we're going to look at, right? So the critical success factors, how will we know that we've gotten there? The constraint and then the assumptions, okay? The constraint and then the assumptions. What will impact so much on our project in terms of the time, the cost, the how do you call it, the scope, and then the various assumptions that we're going to make with regard to the project. The project exit criteria, how do we exit or end the project? Then we know that the project charter is approved by the sponsor. So please let's note these points carefully, okay? Then the next process is to develop the project management plan. So after we have developed the project charter, we're going to develop the project management plan. Develop project management plan is under the planning the process group. Okay, so project management plan is a process of defining, preparing, integrating, and coordinating all the subsidiary plans and integrating them into a comprehensive project management plan. See that huge book that will tell us when it gets to cost, this is what we should do. When it gets to communication, when it gets to this. Now, depending on the nature of the project, okay, the project management plan depends on the details thereof depends on the nature. A complex project will have a very large project management plan, and in that order. Subsidiary plans can be separate document, particularly on very large project. Contains all subsidiary, like I said. Okay, so it describes how the project would be executed, monitored, controlled, and closed. Now, note that if the initial agreed time for a project is 180 days, it is the project baseline time value. If the agreed variance is 10%, the project should be executed in a maximum of what? 180 plus 10% of that. So when we get to the end value management, we call something schedule variance, okay? In other words, we were expecting the project to take 180 days, and then it actually took 100 and let's say 90 days. So that is the schedule variance. But then, as we know, we leave room, margins, and the acceptable margin to say that, okay, this variance of 10%. So if the project manager is able to execute within 198 days, okay, it makes sense. But once he goes beyond this 198 days, then it calls for questioning. I hope you get it. And end value management is not done at the end of the project because it is under the, how do you call it, monitoring and evaluation process group. Okay, it is done alongside as the project is going to go at every point in time. That's why we have the status report and there's the data. Okay, so let's continue. So what goes into project develop project management plan? To develop the project management plan, you see the project charter that was developed becomes an input. Output from other processes. Now note that this project management plan will be updated from time to time. Once you execute the project, if there are issues related to cost, there are issues related to risk and all those things, then we can, you see, pick those updates and then update the project management plan. That's why we are saying output from other processes. Okay, so an output, let's say the change request that was approved can become an input to this one. That's what I'm trying to say. Enterprise environmental factors and then organizational process asset. When it gets to these things, what you need to know is that for every process, you must master the input and then the output. There's a chart that gives an overview of that, which I'm going to share with you. You take your time and then you study it. You need to know, it's a lot. You pick integration management, there are about 6 processes, right? Now, these 6 processes have input, tools and techniques, and then output. And you must know each one of them. Okay, so let's continue. What is the output of this? The project management plan. The input are here: data gathering, interpersonal, and then team skills, meetings, and expert judgment. Okay. The content of the project management plan. You see, we have the scope baseline, schedule baseline, and then cost baseline. These are the 3 baselines. Okay. Scope management plan. You look at all the requirement management plan. Look at this. Performance measurement baseline. If we want to measure the project's performance, our performance, there's a certain baseline. The project life cycle, the development approach, is it agile or it is predictive? The management reviews, all these configuration management plan, okay? The change management plan, all these things are within the project management plan. Okay, we shall look at some of the plans individually. Okay, oh, come on. Okay. Project document, like I said earlier, There's a difference between the business document and the project document. So all these are examples of project document. All these, the risk register, the risk report, okay, the team charter, all these are examples of them. You take your time and then you look at each one of them, okay. As we continue with the training, we're going to come across them and then we'll be talking about them one at a time, okay. So these are the document. These are the document. We talked about corrective action and then preventive action. So let me just continue that. Change control system. The procedures that describe how modifications to the project deliverables and documentations are managed and controlled. Configuration management, a collection of procedures used to track project artifacts and monitor and control change to these artifacts. Remember, there was the configuration management plan, and we have the configuration management system. The reason here is that these two tend to confuse. Anytime we are tracking the project artifacts and monitoring and controlling the changes to these artifact, the document, right? Exactly. Then when we are looking at changes to the deliverables, and then the what? The documentations and the documentations are managed and controlled. How we're going to document them and manage them. But when we are looking at the artifact, the changes to this artifact, then we are dealing with configuration management or configuration management system. So please let's know the difference between the two. One concerns deliverables, one concerns project artifacts. Project artifacts are not deliverables. Okay. We're going to direct and then manage project work. So from chapter 4 to chapter 13, where we are looking at it's all about input, output, tools and techniques. And so at this particular point, what you're going to do is to master them. You understand? And this diagram has made it very easy for you to look at what goes into direct and then manage project work. You see that in every case, EEF and OPA are there. Once you are directing and managing project work, which is under the executing process group, look at what is happening. The project management plan that you drew becomes, or you developed, becomes an input to this. Now you are directing and managing the project work. So from the beginning to the end, right? So the deliverables become the output. Work performance data, issue log, the change request, the requests that have been made as a result of what you are doing, the project management plan update. Because once you are performing the project, you come across certain issues, you have to log them. You're going to give us the status, the work performance data, okay, like the status and all those things. We need them here. The project document update. We looked at what the project document were. So you update all of them. The organizational process asset update. There are some of them that you have to update them. Okay, some of the template, you may probably have to update them. What you usually do not update is the enterprise environmental factors. Now look at what we have here. You see we have change request as an output here, but an input to direct and manage project work. Approved change requests are here. What we're trying to say is that in the process where you are directing and managing the project, a change request is issued. It goes through the change control system. Okay, the control board gives you the go ahead and then says that, okay, you can go ahead and then effect that change. Now, that request has been approved, so it becomes an input to direct and manage project work. I hope you get it here. Okay, so let's proceed. What are you doing here? During the direct and manage, the project manager focus on two key things: the team development and coordination, and interfacing with all stakeholders. So once you are doing the project, as you are directing the project, you are not the one doing the various, you the project manager, you are just interfacing with the stakeholders, developing the team, and then coordinating the team. Okay, that is where, if you have good interpersonal skills, good relational skills, it helps you. See, if you relate well with people, they can go the extra mile with you. They can even decide to do overtime. But if you are the strict person who is not flexible and all that, they will behave the same manner with you and nobody will want to go the extra mile. You need to learn how to resolve conflict and issues internally and externally amongst the group, or even with contractors. Now we have the 5-minute meetings. Why? Because at a certain point, you got to meet and just give some pep talk. You understand? You don't really have to sit down, because those meetings tend to waste time. The Chinese meetings, as we call them, the 5 meetings, they don't sit down for you to be even comfortable to waste their time. They stand, because if you are leading people and you are having a meeting and you are standing, when you are prolonging, you get tired. So what will you do? You will make sure things are brief. Okay, coordinate effort within the team, learn to encourage people that they are not all of the same strength. So yours is to learn to encourage people, mentor them, and coach them. These skills, these soft skills, make you the project manager. Direct and manage project work is very important. It's more or less the whole thing about executing the project. So let's continue. Okay. It also focuses on how you monitor the project plan, actual versus planned. You plan it this way, but when you start, you see that things are different. Okay. Overall quality management, risk management, scope and product change management. Okay. Sometimes the scope has to change due to one or two things. You must know how to implement the process, look for unauthorized changes, avoiding scope creeping, okay, and ensuring that scheduled changes are incorporated and completed. Yours is to make sure that this thing was raised, the change request went, it was approved. Has it been done? They can approve it, but the people may not do it. The team may not do it. So yours is to see to it that it is done. Okay, let's continue. So, okay, facilitating the meetings. How would you do it? Okay, effective communicator. Okay, being flexible, how to facilitate this. Facilitation is about just organizing and guiding people to achieve a certain desired result. Okay, so you need to do that. Okay, let's continue. If you have any issue, just let me know. During execution, project leadership is critical success factor, right? Like I said, so we should be ready to show the correct type of leadership. Just by the way, I mean, this is just a chip in anyway. Yesterday I was there when I got to know about the final result. Okay, so far how the people the US were jubilating over Biden's win over Trump, and it is believed that how Trump handled this COVID issue made him lose. We call that crisis management. Within your project, there may be crisis, but how you as a project manager will handle the crisis will give you that buy-in on that team. that referent power. Okay, so it is important as a project manager when it comes to conflict and all these things. You see, during the execution, that's where a lot of conflict come in. That's where there's a lot of stress, right? So you need to handle them very well. Okay, let's look at this. Manage project knowledge. This initially was not part, but now it is part of the PMBOK 6. How do you manage the knowledge within the project? What are the input? The process of using existing knowledge and creating new knowledge to achieve project objectives and contributing to organizational learning. And I said, knowledge is not information. Knowledge is know-hows. How this thing has to be done, how that thing was done. We encountered this situation and we did it this way. Okay, that is why the project management plan is an input, project document, the deliverables, as usual, EE&F and OPA are input. Expert judgment, never leave the counsel of that one who has so much organizational knowledge, has expertise in the field. Don't be proud to ask. Knowledge management, there's a way we handle knowledge within your organization. Information management, how do you see the difference here? Knowledge is never the same as information. That's why if they were the same, they will not put them here. How do you manage the information there? Okay, and then as usual, the soft skills, interpersonal and then team skills. So these are the tools and techniques. Now, because they are tools, it is not every project that you use all these tools. For some of them, you will not even consult an expert. But we are saying that standard best practice, when you are managing knowledge, this is what you do. Now, the lessons learned, like I said, because we are looking at the know-hows, lessons learned register. We keep a register. We don't have to wait till the end of this particular lessons learned is also an examinable area. Do you wait till the end of the project that you call for a meeting and tell them to give you lessons learned? No. As the project continues, we have a lessons learned register. In fact, when you go to certain organizations like NASA, they even have what we call mistakes register, where the mistakes that you made, you note them down, okay, and how it impacted the organization and how you went about it, so that it becomes some kind of knowledge, and we will also, in the process of time, when we come across it, we'll be able to avoid them, or when we confront them, we'll be able to overcome them. These are the things. So it is good to meet at the end of the project to discuss lessons learned, but then it is better and best practice to be doing it within the lifespan of the project. Okay, so let's continue. Manage project knowledge. Okay, so these are things that, what is explicit knowledge, tacit knowledge, and we are saying that both types of knowledge are required of this, the project required for project knowledge. When we say explicit knowledge, where that information that can easily be documented and communicated. Tacit, it is personal and difficult to communicate, like expertise and experience. Okay, so you must know. Some of them it is documented, right? So you can easily access them. Some of them too is within that individual. Unless you consult him, you're not going to get it. Okay, so ensure that tacit and explicit knowledge are used before, during, and after project development. Knowledge management is more than lessons learned, change request, and risk. It's important to know that. Okay. Monitor and control. This is within the monitor and control process group. So how are you going to monitor and control project work as a project manager? You are tracking, you are reviewing and regulating the progress of the to meet the performance objectives defined in the project management plan. And therefore, the project management plan is an input into this, the document work performance information. You see, you are monitoring the project. So the work performance information that you get there is going to help you in monitoring and controlling the good. So you look at it here, the work performance information, when it goes into the monitor and control project work, it comes out as what? The work performance report. Agreement will come in here, then enterprise environmental factors, and then OPAs come in. Okay, what are the templates there? What are the procedures and the policies? What are the factors within and without the organization that will affect this and that are necessary to be used in this one? What are the tools and techniques? Expert judgment, data analysis. Why? Work information has come in here. You've picked some information, you must analyze it, examine it, and then now you bring out report. So change request. Once you are monitoring, there may be instances where you said that no, you got to change this. The dimensions of this is supposed to be 2 feet by 4, but we see 3 feet by 4. So let's do something about it. It may be outside the specification limit. So the change request is raised. Okay, good. So let's continue. Are we good to go? Can I continue, please? Let me know. We have already done 5:30. Want to see? Okay. Good, 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 good. Okay. Oh, Henry, sorry, you sent a certain way. You said the table isn't clear. That was about which table? I didn't notice that. Henry, which table was that? Okay, with the process groups and then the knowledge areas. Ah, okay. Are they still blurred? Please let me know. Are they still blurred? It may be a connection issue. Okay, so that's what we do. Okay, so like I said, I am recording it. Okay, so once you can hear me, you just pay attention. Okay, because I'm sure it is connectivity issue. And then when I upload the videos, okay, you can have time. Yesterday I requested for your email addresses. Please send them to me so that I can put you on the learning management system, and then you can access the videos and then the quizzes that I'm going to upload, please. Okay, thanks so much for your patience. Now, under Henry, you know what, with the how do you call it, the knowledge areas and then the process groups, I'm going to handle that separately. Okay, for some of them I would treat them separately, okay, during the tutorials or when I'm sending you some videos within the week. Okay, I'll take my time and then send it to you so that you can. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Henry, I've gotten it. So for some of the concept, I will take my time and then explain them and send you those videos to that effect. Okay. So now let's look at this here. Monitor and control. Okay. Evaluating work performance. You cannot evaluate when there are no metrics. So first of all, there are baselines and there are metrics. So we're going to check whether whatever we've gotten is in line with the baselines and then the metrics that we have there. Developing variance analysis. So you monitor metrics and evaluate and report on the variance. Evaluate for impact and correct if necessary. Evaluate trending work performance and project status and look for indicators in project variables. You see, there are some indicators within the variables of your project. Now, these variables are unique to the project. Okay, so the variables there, the factors that affect the project, okay, those variables are the ones that we're looking at. Whatever you are trying to come out with, there are certain factors that will affect them. If those factors are changing, it's going to affect the project. And so you need to monitor these variables, okay? Okay, it's a bit blur. Okay, so sorry. I just, let me see. Let me see something here. I'm coming. I want to stop sharing and then check something, okay? Let me have your feedback. How do you find it now? Is it blur or is clear? Good, we thank God. Now, during the sharing of the video, I optimized it for video and the audio. So I think that it affected the presentation because this is not a video presentation. That's why. Okay, so now let's look at it again. Let me see if I can go back. Let me go back to something. Let me go back to this. Okay, monitor and control. You didn't see this clearly, so I just want for you to look at it. We've seen that the monitor and control here, we have the project management plan, project document, work performance information. All these are going into the process here. And then these are the output, the tools and then the techniques and then the output. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. Okay, so let me continue. Now, so we have these metrics. We're talking about monitoring the metrics and evaluating and reporting on variances. Okay, I talked about end value management. It's a unique technique on its own. Okay, it is more or less mathematical, so we'll do those calculations. Okay, so how will we know that the project is behind schedule? How will we know that the project is behind cost? Okay, we have what we call the two complete performance index. Now, how are we going to perform? Looking at the way we are now, what sort of performance should we put in to achieve our target? Okay, so we shall talk about all that. Evaluating staffing decisions for performance. It gets to a point where a certain team member probably has to be taken off. You understand? Or somebody has to join. So you got to look at all these things. Okay. Burn rate. You have to increase performance. You see, all these things, your role as a project manager, you got to work on even monitor the emotions of your team, their energies, right? How they're going to expend their energies, how they're going to even use their time. Okay, everything that is going to affect the performance, you got to check it. Okay, and you need to communicate results, okay, throughout the team. It shouldn't be just one person. If we are behind schedule, we must all know that we are behind schedule. Okay, certain information, of course, go to a certain group of people in management, but when it concerns the project, we got to know what to tell our team members. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. CV is cost variance. It's end value minus actual cost. And then we have schedule variance, end value minus plan value. Okay. We'll look at this in detail. Look at this in detail. Okay. So you are managing both cost and schedule. Okay. Poor cost variance combined with good schedule variance does not mean everything is right, as said by Humphreys, 2002. What does it mean? You are on schedule, but as far as your cost variance is concerned, you have spent more than you are supposed to. Do you get it? So spend more and make up. That means SV decreases. Spend less and lose time. CV decreases. Okay, you got to check all these things. Okay, so that is under the monitoring. Then lessons learned. Okay, we talked about lessons learned. All those corrective actions, when we say fast track schedule, you see sometimes the project is behind schedule and we must meet the schedule. So we want to do some of them in parallel, okay, simultaneously. You are fast tracking. Then we have what we call how do you call it, crashing, where you add more resources. Okay, fast tracking tends to increase risk. Okay, and then when you are crashing, you are increasing resources, so it means that the cost will go up. We shall talk about that later when we get to project schedule management. So we need to generate real-time lessons learned for current and future effort. Okay, let's proceed. Now we need to perform integrated change control. That is where you see what is the output here. Approve change request. What is the input? Change request, work performance report. Okay, because the performance report and then the change request will inform us so much as to what change has to be done. So when we are performing integrated change control, what are we doing? It is the process of reviewing all change requests, approving and managing changes to deliverables, project document, and the project management plan, and communicating their decisions. Okay, all the changes within the project, the scope, the time, whatever, we want to perform and integrate. Why is it integrated change control? You change something, maybe you change the duration. What is it going to affect? It may affect the cost. You understand? For some of them have interrelated dependencies. So that is why we are talking about an integrated change control. Okay, so please let's note that one. Then there's a change management process. The ability of a change manager for the project manager to manage change will be tested in the exams. Okay. The entire project management is a change management process. Okay. You receive a request or determine that a change has occurred or is necessary. You need to evaluate. The first thing is evaluate the impact of the change. When I change this, what is it going to happen? Identify and analyze alternatives. Please, this part is very important. You are the project manager. You have noticed this. What will be the first line of action? Your first line of action is that you must evaluate the impact of the change. Then you identify and analyze the alternatives. Determine impact to cost, schedule, and resources. Okay, is it going to cost? Is it going to, you just have to look at it. Because usually the change that we are doing here, we are making a change to the scope. So then what is its consequence on the cost, the schedule, and then the resources? Then you propose a review with the change control board. So you cannot just take that decision on your own. You must review. So these are the approved change management processes as far as the project is concerned. As far as the project is concerned. Okay. It is important for us to note that projects seldom run according to plan. Planning is one thing, and then what really happens on the ground is another. But it is ours to know how to handle the changes that come. Okay, and we talked about these things. So please, let's proceed. Okay, so business scenario. You are the project manager of a new corporate initiative that is focused on revising and reclassifying the staffing positions in its design division. The project management plan has been developed initially. There were some challenges as the teams adjusted to the new staffing positions. However, you have worked with the teams to provide insight on their roles and responsibilities, and everything is now progressing smoothly. The past 5 project team and review meetings have shown that you are on schedule and 5% under budget. Okay, so this is a positive cost variance. CV is positive. Okay, you are on schedule. Your PV, your SV schedule variance is also positive. Now, you are preparing a project status report for your upcoming meeting with the project sponsor. You are positive and excited at your project status, but despite the rocky start. Unfortunately, the meeting with the project sponsor does not go as planned. You are informed by the sponsor that the deadline for the project needs to be moved up by 30 days and the budget remain the same. So what has happened? The schedule has changed, but the cost is the same, right? The sponsor has asked you to submit a plan of action on how you would accomplish this new deadline. What should you do? What should you do? This is a typical scenario question which you encounter. What should you do? Yes, Henry, Makam, would you want to tell us what you would do? Hello? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm trying to reread the scenario to get a few points.
Yes, exactly,
But
exactly.
from what I've read so far, from the role, the first thing I would point out is the schedule is directly related to the budget.
Yes,
So
yes.
increasing the schedule or increasing the time is definitely going to affect the budget. It's going to affect the cost or the budget.
Exactly.
Yes, and what I think what to do is the problem, because the sponsor is not going to increase or decrease the budget, right?
Exactly. Exactly. He has told you point blank that this is it. So you being the manager, what will you do? Okay. Henry Mensah, what would you do?
First of all, after, I would determine activities which are really critical, which are what time costing, then allocate appropriate durations to it. So at least which will help what making budget, which will help me budgeting for such on such activities when the need rises. How about that?
Okay. Okay, so basically you are talking about looking at schedule compression techniques and then resource allocation. Okay, so let's see. I'm coming. So please, you see how this question is framed, and this is exactly how the questions are. What will you do? What will you do? So this is the solution. So let's you can read it individually. I say you need to schedule a team meeting to discuss your strategy and plan for implementing the change. So the first thing you got to do is that, you see, they invited you as the manager of the project. Yes. And this is what you have been told. So you invite, the first thing you do. Sometimes the question will ask you, what will be the first thing that you will do? You have to go back to your team and ask them, this is what the sponsor is saying, that the deadline has been moved forward, but the cost, how do you call it, the budget remains the same. Then now you ask for their input, you come together and then you relay them. So let's look at this. You need, so you schedule, and then after reviewing your change management plan, your team should first look at the remaining work to be completed to assess what will take to complete the activities. You see, so first of all, where have we gotten to? And then what more do we have to do? Here is the case that the money that we've been allocated to that budget is going to be the same, but the time is what we are looking at. So what should we do? Now this relates to what we call the triple constraint of scope, budget, and schedule, and other measurable constraints such as quality metrics, risk reassessment, and resources. The quality of work that you're going to do now is under attack. Let me put it that way. You see, and I said that anytime you try to do the schedule decomposition, or yes, you want to do something to your schedule so that at the end of the day, say schedule compression, let me put it, that's the right word, schedule compression. You either crash or you do what we call fast tracking. Fast tracking is the parallel way of doing things where some projects, some activities ought to be done in sequence, in parallel, some should overlap and all those things. And it tends to increase risk. So you need to sit down and look at all these. Okay, then the team will be able to brainstorm and analyze how to adjust the calendar accordingly. Okay, see if there are opportunities to reduce scope. Initially, PMI did not accept what we call descoping, but over time we noticed that descoping is also a schedule compression technique, because after all, it is because of the scope of the project, that is why it is going to take us that long. So if we have this issue ahead of us, which of the scope can we take out? You understand? So you need to sit down as a team, okay, as a team, to discuss all these. You need to discuss, are there overtimes that you need to do? Are they willing to? If the team is willing to, that's why you cannot individually, as the PM, take that decision. Because the moment you go and say that, okay, you guys going to do some overtime, what you're going to do is that you took that decision without the buy-in of your team. And what will the team do? They can sabotage the project. Okay, so once you have done all these things, after approaching the project using the triple constraint and the change management process, remember I talked about the change management process in the earlier slide, where you must assess the impact of the change on the triple constraint and then follow those steps. Once you've done that, then you'll be able to create a new viable plan of action so that you'll be You meet what? The deadline, and then not compromise on the integrity of the deliverable. The integrity of the deliverable is basically talking about quality metrics, okay, and other things that are very important. Now, using the triple constraint and change management process is a great framework for assessing change and making decisions around change. So here, the key word here is what? We're going to use the change control process, is that not it? Or the change management process, and then we're going to use the what? The triple constraint. Okay, so these are the two key techniques that we. Is it okay? Is it very clear? Can I continue? Okay. 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 Thank you so much, Henry. So the final process at the integration project management or project integration project management is this: close project or phase. Yes. When there's a particular phase, it will go through the 5 phases that we're talking about, and the knowledge, the process groups, or the life cycle that we talked about. And definitely we will have to close that phase and enter a different phase. Or if it is the entire project, we have to close the project. So the project charter, the project management plan, which is PMP, the project document, accepted deliverables. You see, when we're drawing the charter, we talked about some deliverables that we're going to, the agreement, procurement documentation, okay, and then OPA. Now, what are the tools and techniques? Expert judgment, data analysis, and meetings. Your output, your project document update, the final product or service, or the result transition. Okay, the final product or service, the final report. You must give a final report, and then you must update the organizational process asset. So that is it for project integration management. This is a business scenario. We will not look at it now. I'll just send a slide to you. We'll talk about that later. But this one, I would want us to look at this question. You are the project manager at ABC Services. Your company recently decided to focus on the insurance sector. You receive a project proposal from XYZ Energy. The proposal looks feasible and is a solid business driver. However, it doesn't align with your company's strategic focus. What should you do? What should you do? A, since the client's proposal is not in line with your company's strategic plan, you should turn it down. B, approach senior management to guide you. And then C, request the client to provide more information. What will you do? What will you do? Let me open the mics for you to talk to me. Okay. So any one of you can start. Let me start with Henry Mensah. Henry Mensah, what would you do? Yes, Henry. Henry.
Yes, sir.
Yes. What would you do in this case?
Okay. Should I pick the options there or give
Yes,
give something?
yes, you are supposed to pick one of the options.
Okay. Approach a senior management to guide you.
approach senior management to guide you. Okay, that's your option. How about you, Harry Markham?
Yeah, I think the same.
Yes, that is the right thing to do. That is the right thing to do. You see, you don't turn down that proposal. It is not in your position to turn down such things. The reason is that, remember, the company exists to make what? Profit, is that not it? And then there's a solid what? It's a solid business driver. It affects the going concern of your organization, even though it is not in its strategic focus. The people who can change the strategic focus of your organization and determine that we can make these sort of sacrifices to that are the top management. So when you approach them, then they can give you uh, what to do. So let us assume that you've done that. So let's look at the next step. Okay, let's look at the next step here. So you decided to contact them on this matter. Okay, this one has a follow-up question. That's why if you had chosen the first one, there was going to be a follow-up question. The third one would also give you a follow-up question. It's a scenario-based thing. So let's look at this one. Okay. Now, when you met them, okay, when you met them, senior management asked you to present pros and cons of the proposal. Which one, what will you recommend? Will you recommend asking for a month's time to study the proposal, recommend that the proposal is great for ABC services, and so they should accept it, or you would consider both cases and then leave them to decide what to do? What do you think would be the best thing to do? Yes, yes, the last option, the last option, the last option. Good, the last option. Okay. You must present both sides of the case and let senior management decide on what should be done. That is your responsibility as a PM. In this particular case, you do not decide. You see, whenever you ask for a 1 month time to decide on this, time is of the essence in business. You understand? So you cannot ask for. That's why I'm saying that, you see, when it comes to the PMP exams, it's a professional exams that test your knowledge, not only in project, but also in management. And business acumen is very important. You're asking them to give you 1 month. Within that 1 month, your competitor would have taken, or this person would have just given it to your competitor. Now, you also saying that they should accept it might mean that you have your own personal interest. Okay, your own personal interest. Now, let me see if there's a continuation. Yes, I think I did something similar to another scenario. Let me go back. Yes. Now, in the case where, let's go back to this. Look at this one. Assuming you chose this one here, okay? The C requires the client to provide more information, okay? Then the alternative, the subsequent question was going to be that in response to your request, they sent a letter of intent to your company, and definitely it gets to management, and then they call you to help them understand the entire situation. What should you do? Now, should you justify with the logic, why it's logical to go ahead with it, or inform them you only requested for more details but have no more, and you have not made any commitment, or you apologize for not referring the case earlier to them, for a decision and agree to set up a management review. And this is the best option. Okay, so in case you encounter something like this in the exams, you see, ours, remember, responsibility. This is an issue of responsibility, is that not it? We are responsible for the actions that we take or fail to take, or the decisions we make or fail to make. You were supposed to ask them to refer the issue to management, but you did not do it. Now it has gotten to management and they're like, wow, you are invited. You don't justify your decision. When it is wrong, when what you have done is wrong, I mean, admit that it is wrong, and you continue to be in the good books. In fact, integrity comes in here. They'll see that you have integrity. Trying to say that you are trying to defend yourself is also no. When you apologize, it clears all doubt, and then now you seek to do what? Remember, it is part of our ethics and social professional responsibility to correct any actions that we made that were wrong. Okay, so in case you came across a situation like that, that's how we're expecting you to handle it. Okay. Okay, so we've come to the end of project integration management. It's 6 o'clock. I don't know whether you have the time to take project scope management. Because what I'm going to do is that the quiz here, I'm going to share the quiz in the, how do you call it, the learning management system. Okay, so let me give ourselves some 5 minutes to stretch. Okay, should we continue in 5 minutes or we end here and continue maybe next week? I just need your consent. Should we continue in 5 minutes so that maybe we handle this scope management in 30 minutes? Okay, let's end here and continue next week. Yeah, it's understandable. I may decide to, I hope you wouldn't mind if I do, how do you call it? A recorded session and then post it to. Okay, so let's end here. Would you like that, or you want the live session? Or I should make a recording of the scope management and then add it to what I'm going to send it to you, so that this is what will happen. Next week when we meet, we're not going to handle scope management because of the structure. Would you like the recorded session so that by Tuesday you would have gone through project scope management? Yes, let's make a recording of scope management, then we take it from there. Very good. So that's great. That's great. So I'll make a recording of project scope management, post it, okay, for you, and then I will add questions related to scope management. So when we meet on Saturday next week, it will be easy for us to continue with schedule management and cost management. I really want us to finish early and then prepare well for the exams. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a wonderful experience and time with you guys. You provided awesome feedback. The quizzes were great. Your answers to the questions were also awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your time. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So let's agree to end here. Okay. We shall meet next week. Have a wonderful week. Okay.